Good morning. It's Thursday. It's day 9 of the Murdaugh murder trial. This morning, we're starting with motions and probably sass and a judicial ruling. This morning, I am ready for a battle between these attorneys, and we saw the beginning of the fight at the end of court yesterday. I'm going to roll the intro so we can get right into court. Court has not started yet. Will the defense ask for a mistrial this morning based on the prosecution's questions yesterday? The court never ruled out motive evidence, but told the prosecution they had to approach before they brought it in. After the break yesterday afternoon, they said they were going to get into it. And oh boy, did they. They were leading all over the place. No one objected to leading. I don't know what happened, but they didn't get into it with Rogan Gibson, the witness I thought they would get into it with, because Rogan Gibson is really the witness where it became obvious the type of evidence the defense was getting in. Can you conceive of any reason Alec Murdaugh would do this, which gives the prosecution room to counteract that and ask more about that character? Oh, well, if you can't conceive this, but did you know that? What information are you working with to make that assumption that you, who know the family best, can't conceive that he would do this? But what else did you know? Or what else did you not know? And I think that was fair game to ask that witness. Once we get into the next witness, we have some chitty chat we need to do about that. But I want to make sure that we get ready for this judge to come in, because these motions are going to come in hot. How many times will Dick Harpootlian get cut off repeating himself? Because the court has said, you've said this. You've already said this. And he keeps trying to get into it, and the court keeps saying no. So that's what's happening this morning. Motions, and then we'll see what witnesses are coming in. I think are we going to see Chris Wilson testify today? We saw him in the birthday video yesterday. The ground has been laid for how integral he is to this family, and that he's best friends with Alec Murdaugh. Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it. We're coming back to the judge saying, good morning. Is the defense going to ask for a mistrial? The defense is going to be pissed about yesterday.
First, I want to address the
elephant in the room.
Ruling yesterday.
Yes, please.
Overruling the objection by the defense.
The defense's objection was improper. It should have been leading.
Of the witness.
That was me.
Redirect as to whether
I'm nervous.
Aware.
What's going to happen?
Certain things that had occurred earlier on June 7th involving Mr. Murdaugh or Murdaugh.
He said Murdaugh. I think he said Murdaugh.
In the questioning, cross-examination of the witness by Mr.
Oh, he's making a more thorough record for that ruling.
Whether he could think of any reason.
That's what I said.
Just of it. If he could think of any reason possible.
Conceivable.
Why,
that's what I said. That's what I said.
Murdaugh would commit the crimes he's accused of committing. That, in effect, turned the cross-examination of that witness from
character. It turned into character.
Dealing with the specific issues in the case to having that witness testify as a character witness.
That's what I said.
For
it opened the door
Mr.
to
Murdaugh,
the character.
Among his other areas of inquiry was his being a loving father, a great provider, financially secure, things of that nature, all indicating an opinion by that witness as to the good character of the defendant, either through direct statements or circumstantially through the evidence that was adduced from that witness.
It was adduced.
In the court's view, that opened the door for the state to respond
about character,
by asking questions, as the state did.
I thought so too. Look, y'all, I just like to watch.
Hence, the court overruled the objections.
I like to watch court
courting. The objection was totally inappropriate. As the court laid out and reviewed with the parties
The court was this is
early in the
the
trial,
objection was this is inappropriate.
that
That's not a legal
objection should
grounds.
be made, and the legal basis stated an objection of totally
He's done with the
inappropriate
defense's shit.
is, in the words of Judge Joe Anderson, in effect, no objection at all. That's not a legal basis for an objection. That summarizes the basis for the court's ruling on that issue.
I agree with that.
Questions yesterday, and that
I agree with him.
character type evidence was not only sought by
The defense elicited it first.
from Mr. Gibson, but also, was it Loving?
Will
But also Mr. Loving.
they did? They got into character with it.
And none of that really implicated Rule 404.
Because it was character,
404B.
not motive.
One, it opened the door. Number two, it's 404A type reputation, questioning that the state had a right to respond to per the rules.
But I think it's
thirdly,
time.
it addressed an issue raised in the case by the defense.
I think it's time to talk
The defense
about motive.
in the case has primarily been the defendant has such a great character that he could not possibly have committed these offenses. That's been a general thread from opening
The
statement
defense has
throughout.
started it.
In addition, the defense introduced through that witness, which was also introduced through other testimony in the case by the defendant, that the boating case
Yes.
was a reason for
Someone else to have the will towards the
the
defendant.
murders to have occurred.
Yes.
And by the defense
The
inquiring
prosecution gets to
of the
rebut it.
witness yesterday as to his knowledge and belief concerning, or his knowledge concerning the boating case, that likewise opened the door for the state to address that issue. And that's the basis for the court's ruling as
The
to
court knows this is an issue
opening the
that could be
door.
appealed.
Introducing the boating case and reputation type evidence that the state had a right to respond. Under Rule 403, yet to be addressed by the court is Rule 404 issues.
404 is
and
not found.
Those issues
We'll get there.
will, to some degree, have to be addressed in camera. And I'm
Yes.
wondering if the state has other witnesses to testify as to other things, since we have the jury here ready to go, prior to addressing any other.
Well, we do have first of all, we do have a Snapchat custodian who has flown in that we need to get in so that person
That'll
can
be
make
fast.
the flight. Based on how things ended yesterday, I was prepared this morning. We were planning on going forward.
Because the court told you
with
to.
some of the witnesses from the law firm, and that's going to, there's certainly stuff beyond 404.
The
but
court
that's
is
also gonna put
packed.
some of the 404 issues squarely
And
squarely
403.
into play. So that's kind of where we were planning to go this morning, Your Honor.
Dick looks pissed.
With the testimony that we have. I can certainly get some more forensic people rolling. I apologize if I sort of misread.
No, that's what the court said.
What we needed to be ready to do. But
No, that's what the court
kind of
said.
we
That's what I heard
focused
the court
on,
said.
Last night and are ready to address this morning.
Well, the court didn't have a lot of time to do jury planning issues, and it might have, the jurors typically come at 9:30. It might have been a better idea with greater thought to have had them come later. And I don't know how long these issues will take to be addressed.
I think with the two law firm witnesses out of the gate, I think once the court has, we could do some very focused in-camera testimony. And I think that for those witnesses, the court can then rule on what's admissible and what's not. And once that's done, then we can get underway with the jury for those witnesses and proceed accordingly. And then, of course, we can certainly have a discussion as far as other witnesses and then perhaps arrange a time to do any other in camera. But I think setting the table with these two witnesses is going to set the table for many of the issues that, whether they're in or out, that the court has to decide.
All right. Well, first, as relates to Rule 404, and Rule 404B states that evidence of other crimes or wrongs is not admissible to prove the character of a person in order to show action in conformity therewith. In other words, not admissible to.
Oh, I love he's just going to the evidence code.
To
Get
show
it?
propensity to commit the crime. Or
I will
a
answer
crime, but it may
cameras
be
or
admitted
answer
for
questions in a
certain other
second.
reasons, including
This chat does not have closed
motive,
caption. I know it's out of
identity,
sync, but I can't refresh it. We'll miss it.
intent, and perhaps the existence of a common scheme or plan.
He's going through the law. I'm just wondering if I can reach my evidence
Additionally,
code with.
well, I'll address it later regarding race geste, but my
If
view
you
of the
start getting into
evidence
race
is
geste,
that
everyone's going to lose their mind, Your Honor.
evidence
Nobody wants to
of
get into Latin.
the other alleged crimes can be introduced in this case to show motive, intent, common scheme or plan. Given the proper analysis as it relates to that evidence being offered. As I indicated earlier, that the court agrees with the view and as expressed by the court in U.S. v. Siegel, 536 Federal 3rd 306, wherein the court addressed the
court was ready to rule this morning.
Of previous crimes involving, previous alleged crimes involving multiple victims, and that the state should be able to pursue its theory of proving that why suddenly, or why some such tragic, the motive for such tragic an occurrence to have taken place on the dates alleged here. And under the federal rule, it goes on to say that evidence of other crimes or bad acts is necessary if it is an essential part of the crimes on trial or where it furnishes part of the context of the crime.
Context is so important in this case.
This state has not adopted that portion of Rule 404B.
Really?
But the courts have addressed that issue
In case law?
in some of the cases.
Makes sense.
Particularly one that stands out to me as one of my cases, State v. Frankie Lee McGee from Richland County.
I love him so much.
In which the race geste was used as a basis for the
That's
courts
such a flex. It's such a fucking
properly
flex.
allowing
That was such a
certain evidence,
oh my God.
including evidence of commission of an earlier crime.
As I previously said.
The test being whether it logically relates to the crime with which the defendant is charged. Court states in that
The court
opinion on the race geste that one of the accepted bases for the admissibility of the evidence of other crimes arises when such evidence furnishes part of the context of the crime or is necessary to a full presentation of the case, or is so intimately connected with and explanatory of the crime charged against the defendant, and is so much a part of the setting of the case and its environment that its proof is appropriate in order to complete the story of the crime on trial by proving
Context.
its immediate context
Context.
or the res gestae or the uncharged offense is so linked together in point of time and circumstances with the crime charge that one cannot be fully shown without proving the other.
Res gestae
And
just
thus
means
is part of the res
circumstances,
gestae
events,
of the crime charged.
remarks, the context of the res gestae is the context. of
And where evidence is admissible to prove this full presentation of the offense, there is no reason to fragmentize the events under inquiry by suppressing parts of the res gestae. And interestingly, involved in that case, the court
We are interested.
held that did not require a 403 analysis.
He's now talking about the appeals court reviewing his ruling. He's like, and they said I'm right.
Because the evidence was properly admitted as part of the res gestae, the issue of whether or not a 404B analysis was done was not necessary. And at this point, the court hasn't addressed any particular issue under 404B, but I find that it is admissible.
He's making a thorough record because he knew the defense was like, we're
Provided
appealing
that
this shit
the
if we lose.
proper
Because they would, and they will.
scrutiny is done in relation to clear and convincing evidence and
Full
logical
and thorough record.
relationship.
So,
to the
somebody
offense
came
for
to play
which
this morning, and it's
we're
the
having this
judge.
trial. And additionally, as relates to intent, evidence tending to prove a defendant's state of mind or intent at or near the time of the crime is relevant to establish possible guilt. So there are many areas under which it's appropriate for the court to consider admitting this evidence of other crimes, other bad acts, in a manner that does not address or seek to have the jury conclude that it's propensity evidence, and the court will address all of that as we proceed. Yes, sir, Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good choice for the
to
defense having
get
Mr.
some
Griffin argue. The judge was
arguments on the
annoyed
record.
with Poot yesterday. That's very smart defense strategy.
As to your Honor's conclusion that we opened the door by presenting evidence of good character,
You did.
I would respectfully disagree. And the evidence that we presented was specifically limited to the relationship between the defendant and the victim for which he's accused of murdering.
It's not what you asked.
In our view, that is not character witness. That's a factual issue relating to the relationship between the parties. And so I just want to put that on the record. Your Honor puts great emphasis and reliance on U.S. v. Siegel, and that's a federal case. And I want to point out that
I gave the site, federal site.
yes, sir.
Federal second. Yeah.
The federal site is 536
He
F
has
third
to make
306.
his opinion.
Yes.
Yes,
He
sir.
has to mark the
And the,
record for appeal. He has to.
And it's important
I have no issue with them doing this.
to
They
distinguish
have
the
to.
federal crimes for
And
which
it's
the
fair for
defendant
them
in
to do
Siegel was
so.
on charge,
They're
was charged
fighting for
with.
this defendant only.
First, the defendant, she was charged with murdering the victim to prevent him from reporting fraud. And that's a specific federal statute, 18 USC 1512 A1C. She's also charged with impending an official investigation by transporting the deceased body across state lines. But further,
more
the
extreme.
indictment alleged a broader scheme and artifice to defraud. And in the indictment, it listed many of the prior crimes that the defendant committed in the federal indictment. And so, and under federal Rule 404B, you can prove those up. And then there were others that the court considered they were related to the whole scheme and artifice to defraud. The indictment in this case, Your Honor, is it's simply on June 7th, 2021, the defendant with malice aforethought murdered Ms. Maggie Murdaugh.
He's having a hard time even
Mr.
saying
Paul
it.
Murdaugh, and used violent weapons in commission of those two crimes.
Yeah, those are the
There's
crimes
no
charged,
scheme and
Jim.
artifice to defraud here.
You're currently addressing it as if the court ruled based on 404.
That,
And the court
And
clearly
the court
stated
didn't.
that we have not reached any determination on
404
404,
analysis.
that the basis of the court's ruling was 403. The voting case
I'm going to break my pen.
you introduced
Darren.
through the witness and opening the door by giving testimony, soliciting testimony of generally good character of the defendant, such that neither of the two witnesses could possibly imagine a scenario under which what would cause this crime to have occurred, and the state is entitled to confront that evidence in the manner in which the court ruled. But you're arguing 404. I cited that for an additional basis to say the court will need to look at all of that as we proceed with evidence of prior bad acts, but the basis of the court's ruling was not 404, but 403.
We're going to switch feeds to closed captions in a minute. I just don't want to lose
and,
anything.
Responding to the evidence that you adduced.
yes, sir. I apologize. I misunderstood.
Yes,
Your Honors.
I did not rule based on
Rule-
U.S. v. Siegel and overruling your objection yesterday.
Fair enough. I guess I would ask for clarification of where we go from here. Does
Give me one sec. You're going to hear it. The defense is asking where we go from here.
a hearing outside the presence of the jury on their
He's
proposed
asking if he's going to get a 404
404B.
hearing. And we are switching to closed captions. All right.
And again, with regard to planning purposes for the jury, you said.
Are we going to get a
witness.
404 hearing?
Whatever can be done without getting into the 404 or the court's need for an in-camera
I think the
hearing,
court had asked them to have that hearing yesterday. That was my
where we
interpretation.
need to
at the end of
dismiss
the day.
jury for whatever period of time that might be.
They're going to have
we
to do
can
that this
press on
afternoon.
What you have otherwise.
I
at
think
this
that's what the
time, and
court
whatever
asked
that
for.
is what we'll hear.
Yesterday, the court said be prepared
Yes,
for
sir,
this
Your Honor.
hearing.
Like I say, we have one short custodian, and then I think our next witness who's here would be somebody where we would need to address some of the 404. That would be.
Yeah, this
Jeanie
feed is
Seckinger
definitely not
from
as
the law
crisp
firm.
this morning.
If you give me one moment, I can to confer with my staff, and we can see if we can get some other people rolling so that we can kind of stagger that and continue to have presentations.
We have a lot to talk about
during the course of the day.
All right.
That's what the court said at the end of the day, though. I mean, there was a lot that happened with the prosecution yesterday, but I also don't think that the prosecution misinterpreted when the court said, we're doing this in the morning. So the prosecution has the witnesses to do a 404 hearing. We're going to get to what all this is in a second. And witnesses from the law firm, because I think that I interpreted the court as saying that too, be ready to do this in the morning. But what the court could have said is or what the prosecution could have said is, but you ordered the jury back for 9:30. Are we going to have time to do that hearing and clarify? But the judge got up and left yesterday. He's like, be ready to do this in the morning. Okay, here's what we need to talk about a lot. All right. The judge went back and made a more thorough record than at the end of the day. The objections came really fast. He was pissed off about the form of the objection. If you didn't watch the last 10 minutes from court yesterday, you missed a lot. I'm sorry.
Minutes.
They're going to take a recess for a few minutes. So the prosecution was scheduled for what they thought the judge was going to do today. And the judge was like, what we're not going to do is what I said yesterday. I I understood the same thing that the prosecution understood. And I think the defense was probably prepared for that too, because at the end of the day, that's what the judge said. So we're going to back up all the legal that just happened for just a minute. That was a lot. And the judge went back and made a record. Why? Because the judge knew that the defense was going to make a further record. They need to. And they knew that the defense was going to be upset about the prosecution's questions yesterday, as they should be. The prosecution's questions at the end of the day yesterday were leading as fuck. And they were not proper questions. They were leading. They lacked foundation. They assumed facts, not in evidence. They did all the things. You know what the defense didn't do once is object to leading. No foundation. Assumes facts, not in evidence. There are probably more. What the defense said was objection. This is entirely inappropriate. That is not a legal grounds. That is a speaking objection. The court has said over and over and over again, state the legal grounds. I will request more comment if I want it. So the court is holding the defense to his prior rulings. The defense is perfectly well and capable of saying no foundation. The prosecution can't just go steamrolling through that. They did a bit yesterday, which was like all of us were like, oh shit, it's happening. This is happening. This is happening. No one's objecting. What is still going? And Creighton Waters was fucking speed talking through yesterday afternoon. Just, it was wild. But if they had objected to leading, it would have been sustained because it was the most leading I've ever seen. It was like he was cross-examining his own witness. It was wild. So, Lovey Pie asked what's on everybody's mind, and we'll back up into the legal stuff. Can they use this for a reason to appeal? If they lose, this will absolutely come up on appeal. These moments will absolutely come up on appeal, which is why the judge went back and made a more thorough record. The judge very well knows that this is an appealable issue because this is a very big finding of fact. Well, not a finding of fact. This is a very big ruling of law that affects the jury's ability to find facts because we're letting in evidence that is normally not let in. To be perfectly clear, though, the judge did not rule this evidence out. The judge has always said that this evidence will be evaluated question by question. The prosecution tried to make pretrial motions about it. The defense tried to make pretrial motions about it. And the judge goes, no, we need to see how it plays out. And I will rule as we go. And I am not going to rule before that. We will rule as we go. And I think that that is a fair thing. He's like, I don't know if it's relevant. I don't know if it's more probative than prejudicial. I don't know if it's proper evidence until we see it. And that's what happened at the end of the day yesterday. The defense has been going on and on and on about there is no reason for him to commit this crime. He couldn't have committed this crime. It started at opening statements with the defense, essentially laying the groundwork that a loving father couldn't have done this. And the court has said, well, if the defense's presumption is that a loving father couldn't have done this, the prosecution gets to challenge those presumptions. And if the prosecution challenges it, some of that goes to a witness that's testifying for character, letting that witness be asked, well, would knowing these things change your opinion of their character? And that happens regularly in prosecutions. Oh, they would never do this. Okay, well, did you know about all this other shit you also think they wouldn't do? In a much more succinct and legally court appropriate way. So I think that the judge made a very thorough record. I think that the defense is trying to have their cake and eat it too. That is their job. They want to get into he's a loving father without having anything to rebut it. Everything was great. Look at them laughing earlier in the day because, yeah, it's watching all the videos of the family, watching them laughing together, hearing them chat out by the kennels. I don't know about you. Let me know in the chat. But in your mind, a juror could easily be going, look at how just normal family time this all is. This just seems really like an average day. So how 2 minutes later is everyone being murdered? This is a stretch for me. And the prosecution is allowed to rebut that. So I love the still not over the judge citing himself. I said what I said. Yep. I said what I said and the court has agreed with me in the past. So the judge really went into it, but I think we are legally proper. I don't think the prosecution's questioning at the end of the day was legally proper. But again, I think they pushed. You know I don't love pushing a gray zone. I think the prosecution pushed. I think they led, and I think they pushed too much. But the defense did not raise proper objections, and that is really frustrated. or really frustrating. But yes, if Alec Murdaugh is convicted, there will be lots of appeals. This will be one of the grounds for appeal. It is a very difficult standard to overturn a judge on evidentiary rulings. A lot of appeals are on procedural grounds, or the law changes and they look at the law and they're like, oh yeah, no, we're not doing that. It's very hard to overturn a judge on evidentiary rulings. This is an evidentiary ruling. In this case, this evidence in this moment can come in. And the appeals courts tend to not look at that in hindsight and go, you could have done better. So we're going to go through where we're at. The judges basically said, this is character evidence. We're not getting to motive evidence. You're generally not allowed to bring in past bad acts. You don't want to convict somebody just because they've done a lot of other shit. Like what they might have done in the past or what other crimes they might have committed doesn't mean they are more likely to commit this crime. And again, asterisks, there are limited crimes where that exactly happens. CEG Josh Duggar. So there's an asterisk on that. Look, we're all just going to asterisk it. In your mind, be like, lawyers, they can't ever have a rule without a, but it depends, and there's these exceptions. Generally, you can't just say, look, this person did all these other things. In this case, had all these other financial circumstances and financial crimes. We'll get there. Some have been admitted to, some haven't. And so therefore, they're more likely to commit murder. I don't even think that actually makes sense, but it gives context for everything that was going on to show and ask the witnesses, yeah, but things weren't really as they seemed to you. So do you really know this person's character? And the prosecution tried to get to it with Rogan Gibson, but do you really know Alec Murdaugh? What he should have done then, instead of just running through a whole cross-examination of Will later, what he should have done is asked to either approach or to take a break and ask the court then. The defense has asked this witness about the defendant's character. I am going to ask this witness about the defendant's character. Because once they said, can you conceive of any circumstance, it's fair for the prosecution to say, but you said you couldn't conceive of any circumstance. Would it change your mind if? They might not have wanted to do that with this witness because this witness seemed to be standing by, very much standing by Alec Murdaugh. And that's a strategic choice. And these are strategic choices that have to be made at the end of the day after a lot has happened, when your brain is tired, and they have huge impact. So we're getting to context and motive today, and we're going to probably see more objections from the defense, I imagine. Can you imagine not seeing more objections from the defense today? They have to. The defense had a good morning yesterday, I think, with the tech evidence. I think they made some ground on the tech evidence. I really do. But then when we got to the character evidence, I think we're going to see more of these witnesses saying he had a good character. And then they go, I never would have imagined in a million years that he had these other things going on. I never would have imagined in a million years this and this and this. And it undermines the character evidence, and it undermines those witnesses' opinions, because do you really ever truly know somebody? Do you know what somebody's got going on? And thank you, Beb. I appreciate it. But are you going to be able to prove that Maggie Murdaugh knew that? Are you going to be able to prove that Paul Murdaugh knew? Did they know what was going on with Alec? Did they know that it was crumbling? Will they be able to show that? And will a jury buy it? Is a jury going to be like, so there was some financial stuff? Because I don't know how much they'll get into. There was some financial stuff. But that really, because what they're not going to be able to show is I don't think they're going to be able to show life insurance. So when you look at financial motives for homicide, you're normally looking like, well, does the money fix it? And I don't think they're going to have that circumstance here. So the prosecution still has to go a long way to show why this person would commit such horrific crimes, I think. Now, they don't legally have to prove motive, but everyone on that jury is going, but why though? Because we're all sitting there going, but why though? Half of the chat is like, could it be this? Could it be that? Could it be this? I don't know. There are still really big voids in this case that leave me with a lot of questions. And leaving with a lot of questions is not good for the prosecution. Very good for the defense. We're going to get to more questions. I know you have more questions. So Whitney asked, are they allowed to bring up the fact that he tried to blame the boat crash on other people? Not just people, other kids. He tried to blame the boat crash on other kids. I think the boat crash they're allowed to get into, but they would need to bring in people who have first-hand knowledge of that, and I don't know if they have those witnesses. And so if they have those witnesses, we will see. So the judge talked about the boat crash. The boat crash definitely brings up an ulterior alternate theory, right? So, hey, these other people might have wanted to come after Alex. I also think when you look at that, the financial motives can go both ways. If the prosecution gets into, he owes a lot of other money, other stuff. He owes a lot of other people money and stuff. Maybe those people wanted to kill him. I don't know. It also raises more questions. So we will see what they will be allowed to get into. We will see what witnesses they have. Erica in the chat asked, will Alec Murdaugh take the stand? I think that would be a huge error at this point. I haven't seen anything that would force him to take the stand. He talked to law enforcement a lot, and the defense has been doing a great job of telling his story through other witnesses. They have woven in, yeah, but if his phone's moving and her phone's moving, two people can't have that phone, right? They've been doing a really good job of weaving that in. So I don't think he needs to take the stand. I don't think he's going to take the stand. And I think it would be a massive mistake to take the stand under the scrutiny of Creighton Waters. I don't think there's any reason he takes a stand. And he's got enough other cases that he puts himself quite at risk if he does. So we're going to get to the rest of this. The prosecutor has to raise some questions. I think the judge is absolutely right. But I agree with the judge. I think when I was saying yesterday, when he asked that question, and I made a note, I left my notebook out because I was working on it last night. I left it out in the living room, which is why my kiddo brought it to me. This is what the defense said. Can you think of any circumstance that you can envision? Jeez, the court scared me. You saw that in real time. We heard the come to order, and I literally jumped out of my skin. I don't do well with loud noises. And I did that.
Are you ready to proceed?
Bring the jury.
Yes, sir. We do have, again, that custodian witness. Then I think we would have to, we are rolling some additional witnesses, but I think at that time we would have to break and do at least the first in-camera witness. Again, I think that may set the table for a lot of subsequent things.
Do it outside the presence of the jury.
Work outside of any 404 stuff in the afternoon, Your Honor. But certainly happy to do that, or if you want, we can put up some multiple witnesses on the in-camera.
I do have some sort of response.
So I think as it relates to
puts me out of my skin.
Each alleged bad act must be the court must be informed and proffer and
they have to be
addressed
proffered
separately. Of course, some may be a series of things occurring almost simultaneously, so that may be a different scenario.
The court wants to go slow.
But we'll see how it goes. We're ready to proceed with the jury.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
This court's like, we're taking it step by step. Oop, baby. All right. This is what the defense's question was that kind of put the cherry on the top of the whole thing, even though they've been going this direction the whole trial. Can you think of any circumstance that you can envision, knowing them as you do, where Alec would brutally murder Paul and Maggie? That question is really kind of the final straw where the prosecution was like, you've gone too far. You've gone too far. In camera, in this context, is just outside the presence of the jury. So this really is, you've gone too far. But the defense started this again in their opening. The prosecution knew that they were going this way. The defense knows what the prosecution wants to bring in. They know exactly. So even though they act like they're really pissed off about it, they knew what the prosecution wanted to bring in. The prosecution has made no secret about everything they want to bring in. I don't think they'll get it all in. I think they'll get some of it in, because you have to have the context of what else was going on. You have to.
The jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you. Good morning.
He's brought the jury.
Welcome back. Day number 9.
Today is
case. You may call your
spicy.
next witness.
Thank you. State call Heidi Galore.
This is the Snapchat custodian of records, which is going to be like the Verizon custodian of records. Don't worry, we're going to get to the federal rules of evidence at some point today. But if they do these in-camera hearings, I really hope they remove the jury and do them in open court and just remove the jury. Where is my pen? This is the part of trial that's really interesting. This is where the strategy and the witnesses and the stuff that's of great impact meets.
Take a seat in the witness stand.
When you've got
State your
somebody
name
saying,
again for the record.
I marked this
Spell your last name.
showcasing as this, it's very much more boring.
My name is Heidi Galore. Last name is spelled Galore.
I don't know if there's any evidence that they were separated that will come into this trial.
Please call.
It was largely
Good
rumored.
morning. Ms. Galore. Where do you work?
Morning. I work for SNAP Incorporated.
What are your duties there?
I'm an law enforcement operations lead. So I assist with and help manage a team of folks who respond to law enforcement legal process.
Yeah, I was going to say this witness is a little quiet. It's the
Our
most
team,
awkward stand in the world,
responds to
Heidi. We
legal
get you.
process submitted to our company, subpoenas, search warrants, that kind of thing.
All right. So you're in charge of responding to search warrants or subpoenas from law enforcement or other legal entities?
Counsel, just
Correct.
just stand there.
And briefly, please, what is Snapchat?
Snapchat, it's an application that was created by Snap Incorporated to help people express themselves. People can connect to their friends, people they know, and I guess you could consider it a social networking type of application.
Is social media another word that could be used for Snapchat?
Yes.
Does it give the ability for individuals to send each other messages?
Yes.
Does it give the ability for individuals to send each other pictures or videos?
Yes.
He's leading. They're not
And,
objecting.
In the normal course of this business, is Snapchat.
They would argue it's
records,
foundational in this, but
If the user so chooses.
Yes.
y'all don't make fun of the witness's name in
kind
the
of
chat.
records does
It's
Snapchat
just
keep?
the witness's name.
Basic subscriber information, content that was sent to and from folks, IP logs, geolocation, depending on the settings of the user.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 305 and 304. I'm going to ask if you recognize these two items.
This is foundation to authenticate the Snapchat videos. Chrissy Cat, that's the question
do.
that should have been asked. What,
Yes.
if anything, is
What are you
Snapchat?
holding?
The paper here is the basic subscriber information for the user that was produced in the search warrant.
And what's that CD?
The CD contains the full production of files that was sent to your agency, requested from the search warrant.
All right. And that was a search warrant from SLED
Yes,
that Snapchat responded to?
correct.
Okay. And you said there was subscriber information on that piece of
Is
paper, correct?
Snapchat
Yes.
for the Utes?
And is that?
Do the Utes use Snapchat?
Also located on the CD and the digital record?
Yes, yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, state remove these exhibits.
The thing that's so difficult
They're admitted without objection.
for custodians of records,
I'm gonna hand you back states.
they are
304.
constantly flying around to testify.
And you indicated that was
And they
subscriber
never get-
information, is that correct?
They don't
Correct.
often get to deal with work. They are
Could you read the
constantly
majority of the
testifying.
Subscriber information for the information on the account that you provided in response to the search warrant.
Sure. The username is listed here. The username is listed here as Paul9499. Common spelling for Paul. The email address listed here is paulmurdaugh7845@gmail.com. This was created, the account was created on Saturday, May 18th, 2013. And there's a creation IP, but it's not listed here. Sometimes it's captured at the time of creation of the account. This case, it doesn't seem to be. Phone number listed here is 803-842-7845. Display name is listed as Paul Murdaugh, and the status is active.
Okay. And when somebody uses a telephone number, for example, to create a Snapchat account, does Snapchat verify that number?
If the user wants to verify the phone number, yes, they can, but it's not required.
Okay.
I didn't
What
know
about
that.
the email, is that required?
Not required either, no.
All right, I'm going to hand you. States
So
Exhibit,
Snapchat can be
306. This is
pretty
already in
anonymous
evidence.
then, if you don't have to
and I
verify a
believe this
number
is a
and you don't
CD.
have to verify an email.
Do you recognize that CD?
Thank you, Lynn, for the
Yes,
gifted
I do.
memberships. And to
Have
everyone
you
who's
reviewed
gifted
the
memberships
contents of
this
that
morning, thank
CD?
you.
Yes, I have.
And what is on the contents of that CD?
It's a video of a subject near a tree, and it's a short video with some audio.
Okay, and did that video, was that part of the full search warrant return that we just talked about?
Yes,
All right, and did you take a look at that video and the records contained in the other CD to determine when that video was first uploaded and first sent?
This is pinning the
yes.
time.
Okay. Well, first of all, let's talk about.
We have the phone data
upload-
for the
was it
time.
Uploaded to something called Memories.
And we are pinning the
Yes,
time.
And can you describe to jury, what is Memories? What does that function with Snapchat?
Memories is kind of like a bucket where you can save your data. You can either create a video or some sort of photo on the app itself and save it to your memories so that it's always there when you need it, or you can upload from your camera, your phone, into Memories to then send to folks later, or just have it in there.
So is that a form of saving, like saving something in the cloud?
Correct, yes, it'll be on the server.
All right. And in reviewing these records, did you determine when this account uploaded that particular video to Memories?
Yes, this video was first seen on Memories on June 7th, 2021 at 7:39 hours
Okay.
Eastern.
And did the Snapchat also keep a record when an individual
7:39
sends out,
Eastern is much later than I thought.
Yes.
And
This is the
did you
tree
determine
video.
reviewing the records whether, excuse me, that account sent out that particular video?
And we'll watch
Yes,
the tree
it
video
was
together. It's on social
sent
media now. It's been
on-
released.
Same day, June 7th, 2021 at 7:56 hours Eastern time.
All right. Thank you.
We haven't
And
seen that
I'm going
one.
to show you, if you look at your monitor in front of you, and I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 306
Yeah, 7:39 makes it much closer to
and see if you recognize it.
That's the video. That's the tree video.
And did you recognize that video?
That didn't show up on the,
It's like I would love to be able to tell you, but I can't
I'm
see
sorry.
it.
Can we get the
Council.
get on the screen? My apologies.
Yeah, this video has since been released, so
Okay.
you can see it on social.
What's going on now? Try it again. Sorry about that. Can you see the what's on your screen right now?
yes.
All right. I'm gonna play that one more time.
Everyone in the gallery looking like they haven't
Okay,
already
and
seen
you
this.
recognize that
Everyone's
video now?
already seen
Yes,
it.
I do.
All right. And is that video, the video we just discussed, that was part of the Snapchat search warrant return
Yes,
that you just testified was uploaded at 7:39 p.m. and sent at 7:56 p.m.?
yes.
No further questions.
I imagine that they don't have the clothes in the tree video because their investigation was less than thorough that night.
Morning.
Can we pull up the Snapchat video, just have it
Oh,
frozen
good.
on
It's the guy we like.
the screenshot?
I forgot his name already. I'm sorry, sir. It's the tech defense attorney. We like the tech attorney. Oh, yeah, the courtroom is packed. After yesterday afternoon, I'm not surprised the courtroom is packed today. Today, we're starting to get into the witnesses that are more interesting. You can't get to any of these witnesses without doing all the foundational
That's good.
witnesses, but this becomes the more interesting part of the trial.
So,
more story, less
This
picking
is
things
what,
up off the ground.
part of what Snapchat gave to the state on July 6th, is that of 2021? Is that correct?
Correct.
So the state had this on July 6th, 2021, in the state's possession,
I believe so, yes.
this information. And you testified that this was uploaded at 7:39 p.m. on the 7th of June, correct?
Correct.
Is that exactly when this video was shot?
I can't tell that information from the
That's
from
why
the
they brought the
production.
phone people in.
Are you certain that's not something that could be told from the perhaps the metadata for the video file?
There was no metadata produced for this production. It wasn't requested, so it wasn't produced.
So if someone were to right
Why
click
wasn't
on
it
this video
requested?
file and you know where it has various metadata
Huh,
that pops up
I
on
don't
the
like that.
screen, would we see a media created date?
I don't know. I
Well,
wouldn't know.
let's see if we would. Court's indulgence.
If she says I don't know, then there's no foundation. Why wouldn't they have requested the metadata? Request everything. Who's not requesting the metadata? Folks, have we learned nothing? How do you not request the metadata? Yes, I know you think you've got the phone
Can you see on
person.
the screen?
Request it from
the
everyone because it
metadata
makes
for
it
this
seem
file?
like you're hiding the ball.
Yes.
More information is
Does it
always better.
say June the 7th, 2021 at 7:38 p.m.?
Yes.
And so this was shot basically a minute before it was uploaded. Is that correct?
It appears so, yeah.
And I'm sorry if that seems picky, but in this case, every minute and every second, can matter.
Objection, no question pending.
Does Snapchat keep a
Thanks for your
list of,
commentary.
and I might be getting the terminology wrong, friends or contacts that Paul would have had on Snapchat?
Yes.
Was that list produced?
No,
And why was that list not produced?
it wasn't requested in this case.
Why?
And you mentioned earlier geolocation data.
What did they
Was that
request?
produced?
No, not in this case.
And why was that not produced?
I don't believe it was requested.
What?
Um,
Good cross-examination. Sheesh.
Is it possible for, I don't know how it works, for some or all of Paul's friends to have access to his location through the app?
Yes, if his settings were, if he made his settings visible, his geolocation visible to his friends, yes.
And would that information about whether that was, that setting was in place to allow that, is that something that Snapchat would have had available to produce?
I'm not sure I'm not sure about that. If you can see that it's actually turned on or off.
And was that requested?
No.
What did they request? Ask that. When are you going to ask, well, what did they request? No, bring the sass.
No,
What the fuck did they request?
By the state.
No, no, it's supposed to.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
May step down.
That's annoying. Why not just request it? Are they worried it conflicts with the phone data? It shouldn't. Don't. The investigation.
The state's next witness would be Jeanie Seckinger.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there are matters that must be addressed outside of your presence.
But we're going to get to see it. But we're going to get to see it.
Know
We're going to get to see
exactly
it.
how long it would take, but I do not like to have jurors sit in jury rooms just for long periods of time. So we're going to excuse you after you speak for the bailiff. We're going to take a recess with the jury while we deal with these matters. Let's see now, you all have lunch coming at what time?
It's 10 a.m.
Nobody knows.
They bring in
1
lunch for
o'clock.
the jury at
1:15. All right.
1:15.
Well, we won't need you before lunch. So
Oh,
if you'll go to the jury room and wait for further instructions, but we'll be having you all take a break until around that time.
so they're taking a break with the jury till after lunch. Why are we cutting the audio? Please don't. Court's not done. The jury's just walking out. We could still have good God. Everybody cut the audio. No, we're going to do in camera. Bring back the audio. Court's not done. The jury just walked out. This is open court. Is this normal? Yes. What's going on? Good stuff. I'm annoyed. Okay, let me finish my annoyance with the last witness. The prosecution should have helped with those subpoenas. The law enforcement should have asked for literally everything conceivable and allow Snapchat to say if they can or can't provide it. They are trying to deal with logistics. The court set this up yesterday. And yesterday when the court set this up, they said, be ready to do these things in the morning, or at least that's what I remember. I'll go back and look at it. The court said, be ready to do these things in the morning. So the prosecution brought in all the witnesses to do those types of hearings. They're going to do hearings of witnesses outside of the presence of the jury. This is very appropriate. So yeah, bring the audio.
See,
The other feeds didn't have audio either. I
Jeanie
checked.
Seckinger.
So this is in camera, outside the presence of the jury. So we have to make another note. But I'm annoyed that the investigation didn't ask Snapchat for everything they had. They might not have been able to provide it, but they might have. You never know. You want more information, and then you deal with the judge about whether you wanted it or not.
You're from the testimony that you're recording, which how to give it to help you out. Vic, take a seat in the witness stand.
So they are going to
State your name
hear
again for
the
the
evidence,
record.
and the
Spell your
court's
last
going to
name.
rule on what the jury can hear or not hear. So this is outside the presence of the jury.
My name is Jeanie Seckinger, Seckinger.
Ms. Seckinger, how you doing today?
I'm good.
Good. Let me fix the Elmo real quick.
Oh no, the Snapchat
You
stat is
understand we're
still
here right now
fine,
outside the
it's
presence of
just-
the jury for an
it's a-
in-camera hearing to determine the admissibility of some of your testimony.
I do.
it lets the defense argue
And,
that this isn't a thorough
just
investigation.
Very quickly, if you would, give
More.
us a little bit. I'm not going to go through all the background that I wouldn't in front of the jury unless Your Honor would like, but give us a little bit about your background and where you currently work, how that led to where you currently work.
Okay. I graduated with a BS in accounting from USC, went to work in an accounting firm for a few years, then switched to industrial at Westinghouse. And in
Accountants?
1999, I came to work at PMPD,
Who's
which is Peters
accountant?
Murdaugh Parker, as
The law
a
firm's
temporary bookkeeper, and that has grown over the years to the office manager, CFO, accountant, anything business and insurance and HR related.
You remember what happened yesterday when the Girardi
For Peters
CFO got
Murdaugh Parker,
indicted?
Elstrock and Dietrich.
She's the law firm's
Correct.
accountant.
That's the law firm that Alec Murdaugh used to
Oh.
work
Correct.
for.
She knows about the
Have a
missing
different
money.
name now?
We are now a new entity that's called Parker Law Group LLP.
Why is that?
All
Oh,
right,
'cause the def-
so
'cause
just
of
very
the defendant.
quickly, you've already kind of said this, but go through sort of the financial side of your job duties.
Y'all
as
all
it
explain
exists
when we
for
get a break.
PMPD back in the relevant time periods.
Okay, so my
Yes.
financial duties are, actually, I have people under me that do the day-to-day processing of checks, but my duties are to balance and reconcile accounts, provide financial statements, help with all tax documents, preparation of taxes. Also, prepared anything for any government census or surveys that we needed. and
This is a
anything HR
proffer.
related.
They are showing the court why this witness can testify
I
and
wanna
what they
ask you
can
a little
testify
bit
to,
about
so that the shit's not out of the horse in
financial
front of the
structure
jury.
how
So this is-
PMPD works,
This
if
is
I
the
could.
stuff that may or may not
Could you
come in.
Explain that a little bit.
The judge is going to hear it
Are,
first to decide
are-
what
you
comes
all
in
think lawyers
with this
as
witness.
Partners, but are they called partners under the employment agreement that everyone signed?
No, we're called partners when we refer to each other as they're in the business, but for tax purposes, everybody was an owner. It was a C corporation, so everybody's shareholders. And within Peters Murdaugh Parker, every employee was a salaried employee, including the partners.
Okay. And did
Interesting.
the employment agreement that everyone signed require that any fees or money generated by any partner or lawyer by the firm had to go to the firm?
It did.
That's how that
And
works.
explain to me how, if you're let's just call them quote partner, if you're a partner, how does the compensation work? What are the elements of compensation as it worked under the PMPD structure back in 2021 and prior?
This law firm
So
is
every
not happy with
partner
Alec.
received a base salary
At
that they
all.
would receive in biweekly payments throughout the year. That was set at a level of about $125,000. The majority of their pay came through an end of the year bonus, which is when we closed out the books and settled on the books. And primarily after overhead and over expenses were met, the net profit was divided amongst those partners. And in a simplified form, it was basically distributed based on a ratio of the fees that they brought in percentage to the total,
But that distribution
Simply,
would not take
not
place until
simply.
when?
usually the last week of December.
That's not.
Yes, sir.
Waters, I was distracted. Can you repeat the previous question for me?
Yes, sir. Going back, Ms. Seckinger, we were talking a little bit about the compensation structure for PMPED as it existed in 2021. And if you could, again.
The
explain to
salary's
the
not
court
low because
how
those
that works.
bonuses
How
are hundreds and
partners,
hundreds of
call
thousands
them
of dollars,
loosely
if
that
not
term, how are they
millions.
compensated?
Okay,
So yes, the
partners
sal-
are
yes,
employed
it's delivered
salaries who are paid
tax-wise.
a biweekly paycheck
So the
throughout the
salary is a
year
base
with a
salary
base salary of
that
$125,000.
keeps taxes low.
And at the end of the year, they received a bonus check, usually in the last week of the year,
Portion.
that divided up the remaining profits of the firm
is very
based
typical.
on the percentage of revenue each attorney brought into the total.
All right, so when fees came in, they're going to be attributed to a particular lawyer, and ultimately that's going to be a percentage of the total revenues, and that's going to determine their percentage of the compensation
Yes.
at the end of the year
The
after all
former-
overhead is paid.
Correct.
Former
Is there
firm.
also some sort of 7.5% fund or fee or something like, or not, or amount that's put aside?
There is. You would take the gross bonuses that are the gross fees everybody brought in, less than overhead. And once we get to that number, everybody would throw in a pot 7.5%, and that money was divided back equally among the employees. And then a new percentage was arrived at to determine how much everybody would receive of the net income.
All right, so you have to take care of overhead, right?
Yes.
And what is an overhead, just generally?
Overhead is just basically the expenses to run the business, what it costs us to advance client costs, what it costs to pay our employees, what it costs to rent the building, to provide equipment, office supplies, postage, et cetera.
Overhead.
And that's got to be accounted for, and then you got to account for this 7.5%.
Oh, the
as
defense
well,
is
correct?
not
That's
loving
right.
this
All right,
witnesses.
and then only after that does each partner get compensation based on their relative contribution during that year.
Correct.
Is typically the vast majority of compensation received by a partner at PMPED received in that distribution at the end of the year?
Yes,
And when does that take place?
the
She
last
said
week of the
the
year,
last week of-
generally speaking.
Okay. And what is the point of that goal? Why do you want to sort of clear out all the money and clear the books?
Taxes.
Basically, that we don't want to leave the money in there to be taxed by the corporation because it's a C corp entity. So the objective is to get it out to the partners.
zero it
to
out at
avoid
the end of
double
the year.
taxation.
And so because of that, is it up to each individual partner to essentially manage the bulk of their compensation that's received in one lump sum during the course of the next year?
Yes, they need a
Very,
budget.
very common. Lawyers, doctors.
All right, let me show you what's been marked for purposes of this hearing as states 310. and see
So
if
it's
you
very
recognize that.
common to have that base
Yes,
salary,
this is the employment agreement each shareholder.
base salary, and then a
partner will
bonus
sign.
structure is very common.
And I just want to direct your attention to number 2, and if you could tell the court what that provision that's signed by all the partners says.
It says the employee accepts such employment and agrees that the employee will devote the employee's entire time and endeavor to the employer's business.
If the
And
evidence
then,
comes in, she will testify again.
Number 3, if you could read that to the court, please.
Services for the benefit of the employer. All professional services rendered by the employer shall be rendered as an employee of the employer, and all proceeds and remuneration received therefore shall inure to the employer's
So this is what he's
benefit.
obligated to do versus
Tell me
what he
what that
did.
means.
That means that all fees earned should come through payable to PMPD.
You don't get to take them.
And so if a lawyer
out.
earns fees, is it appropriate at all for those fees to go directly to the lawyer as opposed to going through the law firm?
No,
The defendant looks
Is that a hard rule to
fucking
understand?
pissed.
no.
Anybody ever have a problem with that rule or not understand it?
Only
No.
one.
Pretty easy and hard and fast rule in that firm.
That's
correct?
right.
Not just that
If you
firm.
get the money
Most
straight
firms.
to you, what is that?
The money's taken straight to you?
Yeah.
That would be stealing it.
Stealing.
She's like, that's not okay. So this is happening outside of the jury because once the jury hears the questions and answers, it can be too damaging and you can't unring the bell. So they are doing a proffer. What is this witness going to show? Can this witness show this? And what questions are inbounds and out of bounds? So the court can call on those evidentiary objections without
Tony,
the
can you
jury
see that in a
hearing the
second?
question first.
Yes,
It's a
So
proper procedure to
2
do
and
it.
3 are the provisions you were just referring to.
that's correct.
And they're setting up that it's against the employment contract too. So he was making millions with his bonus a year.
Tell me just a little bit.
They recently accused him of
your observation.
tax fraud of upwards of 6 million that he didn't
I've
report
known
on his
Alex
taxes.
since I was in high school, so roughly 40 years,
And how long have you worked with him, or did you work with him?
about 23, 24 years since 1999.
And
No, I'm gonna spin my mic around.
did he have a lucrative practice in your observation?
Yes, he did well.
Was he sometimes getting as much as 7 figures in the end of the year?
He has.
Are you familiar with what's been called the boat case?
Yes.
And tell me what your understanding of the boat case is, just generally. What was that?
Generally speaking, it was an accident that several children got in one evening where it was in Paul's, or the Murdaugh's boat. Paul was accused as the driver, and there were a lot of civil suits and some criminal proceedings going on related to that crime.
And following the boat case, is it your understanding that Paul Murdaugh was charged?
Yes,
She
Is
just
it
said
your
that.
understanding that Alec Murdaugh was civilly sued?
yes,
She said that
And
too.
there was ongoing civil litigation at the time Paul and Maggie were
Great,
murdered.
she said
that's
that too.
correct.
After the boat case happened, did you and
The jury
Alec ever have
chairs look
any
uncomfortable.
discussions about structuring fees?
We did in late May of 2020.
Financial issues.
2021. Right about the end of the month, we had some discussions about Hirschberger. A disbursement came through that he had tried to send his fees to a structured settlement. And the conversation was that he had done it improperly, because to structure fees properly, it has to be part of the release. It has to go straight from the insurance company, straight to the insurance structured annuity place. And we would need to be told about it in our firm so we could account for it in our 7.5%. But in this particular case, Alec had sent the money directly to Forge. We discussed the fact that
Which
it would
one?
not be any tax benefit to him. And at that point in time, he said he was not really worried about the tax benefit of it. And he said he was trying to put some money in Maggie's name due to the boat wreck, and that he was trying to figure out if he was going to structure fees for the
To
future.
avoid civil
Did he say he was
liability.
trying to do a favor for anyone too?
He did say he was friends with Michael Gunn, and who is the owner of, or one of the operators of Forge, and that he was going to try to put
Which
up to about
Forge?
$250,000 into a structure as a favor for Michael Gunn.
Right, when you say Forge, what are you talking about?
So Forge is a company
There's
that
two.
does structured annuities,
You have the full name real quick?
it's Forge Consulting.
All right, let's call it Forge Consulting.
Okay, Forge
Trying to do that,
Consulting.
all right?
Yeah.
Because there's a fake one that he set
They're a
up.
company that will do structured annuities for clients. They'll do structured fees for attorneys. They do some wealth management. They do minor pool trust. They have several different things that they do. I think they've branched out into insurance coverage now.
Alex set
They
up a
provide
fake
a lot of
Forge.
financial tools.
There's the real Forge, and Alex set up a fake Forge to make it look like it was going to the real Forge so he could steal better.
Now, when you say that you
There's cases
had a
going on about
conversation with
that.
him about him supposedly structuring fees, how did this come to your attention?
It came to my attention over the fact that a disbursement, one of my secretaries, or
He was
my
hiding money from the civil case.
my assistant brought to me, that had been brought to her attention by Alex's secretary or paralegal Annette Griswold, and came and asked me if this was proper, and then came to me after the fact, and that's when I went and had conversations with Alec about this.
Okay. And so had the money already been paid?
Yes,
And you went to Alec and you asked, what's this about?
yes.
And he said, I'm doing what?
I'm trying to defer and put money into Maggie's name, structure some fees.
Did he tell you where that money had gone? What was your belief where that money had gone after you talked to Alec?
My belief was it had gone to Forge Consulting.
The real entity, Forge
Yes.
Consulting.
Yes.
All right.
What did you
I'm gonna
find out
show you
later?
Just real quick, what's been marked for purposes of this hearing is States 311 and see if you recognize.
I've got to tell you,
That series. I think there's 4 documents in there.
I have very strong
Yes,
feelings
these are the
about him
Hirschberger,
moving money
um,
into Maggie's name.
Settlement documents, which is the case that we're talking about, the fee that he sent as a structure.
Okay.
Very strong feelings about it.
And are there 1 or 2 in there ultimately?
There are ultimately two. There's one that's structured to look like fee, and then the other one was structured to look like it was client's money that was being sent on the client's behalf.
Which one were you aware of at the time?
I was aware of the fee one for the $83,333.33.
All right. At the time, did you think that any money had been misappropriated or stolen, or did you just think Alec was trying to sort of divert some money because of the boat case, but not necessarily anything misappropriated at that
Right.
time?
We were not thinking about him misappropriating funds or stealing any client funds. What we were concerned about was he was trying to either defer income by leaving it in somebody's trust or either trying to put some money into Maggie's name to avoid things for the boat accident.
To avoid money
Who's
going to
concerned?
the family
Myself and some of
of
the
a-
partners.
of a young woman that was
Concerned about
killed.
him potentially trying to put money
That's where he's trying to avoid
in
money
structure
going.
or in Maggie's name because of the boat case.
Well, because would be wrong and we did not want any part of that.
It's not just morally wrong, it's hiding money to avoid civil settlement. He was moving money so that the family of Mallory Beach wouldn't get it. She was killed on their boat. His son was alleged to be the driver under the influence on his boat with alcohol that he's alleged to have provided. And then he tried to pin it on another kid. So I don't know if he murdered his wife or not, but I have very strong feelings about the boat case. Not technically money laundering,
All right.
hiding. He was trying to
recognize
hide
this document right
assets
here?
from the civil case. It wouldn't have worked.
Yes, that's the document that is in question with the $83,333.33 fee sent to Forge.
All right.
The first
And
83,000.
right there.
There's
Tell me what
more.
this disbursement sheet is very quickly. Explain that to the court.
So this is where the client recovered $250,000. You can see it came from 3 different insurers. And we would take a portion of our fee. Generally, this looks like a third. And our expenses of $9,300.
Because the firm takes their
The
cut.
Sedgwick claims would have been a lien that we were paying off. And then the $140,678.55 would have been the money dispersed between the beneficiaries of that estate.
And what is this line right
So
here?
again,
That would represent the fee.
I don't know
At this point in time, had you
if
actually
he killed his
seen
wife and
the
son.
check
I
that
do
was,
not like what happened in the boat case.
that was made out for those fees?
I don't recall if I actually looked at it at that point in time.
And normally fees, where would they go?
Normally, if fees would come to us and we would deposit into our income account, what we call our income account.
So fees come in from somebody who pays the settlement, where do they go initially?
to-
What account do they go in?
To the income account, the PMPD operating income account.
Okay. Fees go in there?
Yes,
All right. When a settlement comes in, where does it go?
it goes into a client trust account for the benefit of the client,
And then the
So that
portion
the
of
lawyers
that
don't
that is
take
allocated
it.
for fees, it goes from the trust account to where?
to the income account.
Okay. It usually doesn't go out to Forge Consulting or anything like
No.
that.
We'll talk about what Forge Consulting does later. Forge Consulting is
After
the
you had that conversation
is
at
a
Alec,
legitimate
at
entity.
that time, did you follow up any more on the matter?
We had a couple of conversations about it in relation to some other, when we were having some other conversations, but we didn't really readdress this again until late September, late August, early September.
Did you kind of put it on the back burner?
I did. I put it,
Why?
at that point, it had been done and I was trying to figure out how we were going to account for it on our books and just kind of had it out there as a reminder to try to see, to put in my mind later. To see
She was
if
trying to make
anything
it
else had
work,
been done like
to
that,
not
or
piss
see
him
if he was
off.
going to try to do that again.
After that particular event, you said that was in late May sometime?
You're right.
Did another matter come to your attention about disbursements as it related to Alec Murdaugh's practice in his business?
It did.
And tell me what that was.
Tell us all
So
what
on,
that is.
This was a case called the Ferris versus Mack truck case. And on a Monday, I believe it was May 24th, Annette Griswold called me and
End of
said
the-
that she
end of
had
May.
something she needed to discuss with me. I was out of the office that day in our Waldeboro office, but when I returned, we met. And when she showed me, what had happened was we received a check for our client expenses. So this case was actually dispersed by the associated attorney, which was Chris Wilson. So he sent us a check for the money that we had forwarded as client expenses, but we did not receive a fee check. And that is in itself is odd generally. General.
Why is that odd? Why didn't that call you? Because y'all had received a fee check from Alex's best friend, Chris Wilson, but not the, the expense check, but
They've
not the
already
fee check.
established
Right.
that they're
Most of the
best
time we
friends
receive them together.
because of yesterday's
Well,
video.
Annette, when she did not receive them together, called my assistant Nicole to make sure we had not already received the fee, verified that we had not already received the fee. And at that point, Annette had some conversations with Vicki Lyman in Chris's office. And Vicki informed Chris that their bosses had already got the fee when the settlement was signed, which had happened in March. And this was May.
And Vicki informed Chris or Vicki informed Annette?
Vicki informed Annette of that.
So why is that a concern to you that
That's a
now
lot
you're
of
hearing the
hearsay.
fee's already been paid?
Because now we know we don't have the check. We've never received it. So either he's got a fee, either he's got a check he hasn't turned into us that is properly payable to PMPD, or he's received a check payable to him.
Right, and when you were
Which would
considering
be
the
a big
possibility
problem.
that he perhaps received a check payable to him, aside from that being stealing, as you had earlier testified to it, what's your concern then?
Saying that he's trying to hide money from the boat wreck.
Right, all right, stand by for me.
So the judge doesn't want this to turn into a trial on the financial crimes, but these are the events at the end of May, beginning of June, leading up to what's going on in June. And his firm is unraveling him hiding money from Mallory Beach's family, from the civil cases, and from everything else. So not only is there theft, but there is a whole bunch of ancillary fuckery.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as, for the purposes of this hearing.
Showing you
Exhibit
how much the
312,
boat case was
and
impacting
see
the
if you recognize
family.
this document.
Because the boat case is impacting the family in a substantial
Yes, this is
financial
the
way at this
actual
point.
expense check that we received in the Ferris matter
The thing
And,
is,
from Wilson Law Group.
Just quick flip through it and just tell me generally what that.
The thing
what's in that
is,
packet.
the civil cases don't go away.
The
Even
rest
if
of the
Paul's
packet
dead.
is our deposit, which is an internal record, our client cost report, which matches that expense check.
Oh, I think this witness is absolutely pissed because he
Then
did
the
this on
rest of
her
it,
watch.
the second what I'm looking at right now is a check made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire
And this is
for
the tip of the iceberg.
$192,000, and it references Ferris fees.
This is the tip
Okay,
of the
keep going.
iceberg on what he stole from this firm.
Next page is the deposit where it says Bank of America deposit only. And it looks like ACH. That looks like, it actually looks to me like LX initials. And then it says Bank of America.
She knows what his initials look like.
Emails
He's-
after that?
Series of emails starts with Vicki Lyman informing Annette Griswold about the fact that their bosses had received the fee back when the disbursement was signed.
So other
Let me put
lawyers-
Those emails up on the screen. I believe there's no objection versus this hearing. All right. So this is email, and Annette Griswold, explain to the judge who Annette Griswold is, please.
Annette Griswold is one of Alex's primary paralegals.
Okay. And right here, this is an email that was ultimately sent to you as part of bringing this to your attention?
Yes.
All right, and what is she asking right there?
She said, why just expenses and no fee?
All right. All right, and what was the response there?
Dear friend, it is only cost because your boss and mine and Liz's got their fees once they were signed.
Okay. So, and that's
The women who have
informing you
to
that Chris
deal
Wilson's
with
office says they already got
these
the
lawyers,
Correct.
I'm sure the things they
All right,
don't put in the emails.
After that, did
are
you have a
substantial.
conversation with Annette what to do?
I did actually talked with Lee Cope. We went to Lee. Sometimes a lot of the partners are not in the office, and Lee Cope was the one who
Sometimes.
was in the office. So I went to talk to Lee about what we should do. And of course, Annette was worried about getting, ramifications if she was wrong and didn't want to be in trouble. So
Of
Lee and I
course.
decided to take it over from there. And the course of action that we decided upon was that I would send an email to Annette.
Was she afraid?
Requesting the disbursement, the supporting documents, and the general ledger printout for Chris Wilson's office, which is what we keep in our office.
All right, and if we go right here, is that the email you're speaking of right there?
That is.
All All right, what's the date on that?
May 27th.
All right, and so then what happens to that email from there if we look over to the next page?
So
The defendant's
apparently
demeanor is
Vicky
interesting.
in Chris Wilson's office was on vacation. So on June 2nd, Annette clarifies with Vicky what exactly we were looking for. And again, she asked for the full disbursement paperwork, including the disbursement sheets,
I bet Annette was
expenses,
terrified.
supporting docs, and ledger.
All right, and you're included on that email?
I am
My
CC'd,
coffee
yes.
this morning's delicious. I hope yours is.
All right, did y'all ultimately get a response on that?
When we have a break.
Vicky
will.
responded that she would have to send that email to Chris because she did not have privy to that information. So that
His-
was on the
his look is
2nd. The next
rage.
day, Alec came into my office early and asked me why I needed that information and assured me that the money was in Chris Wilson's account and that they could get it anytime.
Okay.
Rage. His face is rage.
You confirmed when you had that conversation?
Just that we needed to get it, or I needed proof that it was there, that it was necessary to
Yeah,
get it.
she's
At
like,
that
"You can't
point, I
just
didn't
tell me."
indicate to him that I thought it was missing. I was just asking for the documentation.
He's like, oh, it's
That
in
was
Chris
on what
Wilson's
day?
account.
It was sometime in between June 2nd and June 7th.
All right, on June 7th, did the issue come back to a head?
The issue did come back to heads.
Just clear, this is June 7th, 2021.
Yes,
This
And how
is
much
this.
were these fees supposed to be, did you know?
$792,000 in total.
And to this point, the firm had not received those fees, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Chris Wilson's office is saying initially, we already dispersed them.
Yes. And Chris Wilson's not saying anything to me.
Was, to your knowledge, was an inquiry made to Chris Wilson at that time?
Lee Cope, we had not inquired Chris Wilson other than requesting this information at this point in time.
All right. So tell me about June 7th. How does that go?
So on June 7th, I was going to make another run at finding out from Alec if we had their information. I went upstairs to his office is on the 2nd floor, and he was leaning on a file cabinet outside his office. He turned and looked at me when I came up and said, "What do you need now?" And gave me a very dirty look, not a look that I'd ever received from Alec, from just kind of frustrated with me look, which made me go, "Oh, you want to know? Let's
Was it
go in your
murderous?
office." So we went in the office and closed the door. And at that point, I told him that I had reason to believe that he had received the funds himself and that I needed proof that he had not.
Received those fees himself.
Yes,
And I needed proof that they were not.
yes.
What did he tell you?
He told me again, that he assured me that the money was there and that he could get it.
Just lied to her
And at
face.
that point, I said, I'm just trying to do my job. And if I don't get this paperwork and verify that with these questions, I'm not doing my job. He actually acted like he respected that, and again said that that money was there and that he again was trying to decide what he was going to be doing with it.
And did y'all get to conclude that conversation or did something interrupt it?
We did not. He took a phone call in the middle of that conversation. That phone call was about his father who was in the hospital, that he was going to be terminal, that there was nothing else they'd be able to do for his father. So that changed the mood of the conversation. We quit talking about business, and I immediately asked about him and his family, and his
However,
dad, and,
That undermines
got
the
talking to his
prosecution's
friends at that
theory
point,
because the
concern
sick
over the
dad
family.
already
And
stopped
after that, I
things
shortly left, so it briefed and cut down the conversation.
because the sick dad already.
You come in there asking for proof where that money was because you had reason to believe he took it, and then the conversation ultimately got short by the call about his father.
Yes.
Creighton looks real happy
Did you
just
have a
sitting on the jury
conversation later in
box.
the day with Ellen?
I did. Around 4:00, my phone rang, and I remember that because I had been under the impression Alec was going to leave and go to the hospital or leave to deal with his father. And around 4:00, my office extension rang, and at that point, he was asking me for some information on his 401k balances because he stated he was working on some financials for the hearing on the boat accident that was later in the week.
There was a hearing later in the week and he was working on financials for the boat accident.
Correct.
Did that strike you as odd?
That he called and asked me? No, he'd asked me before. So, and I would be the one to give him the 401k. So it didn't surprise me that he's calling to ask me about that. But
She
I
was
was surprised that
surprised.
he was in the building working on it.
That he hadn't left to the
Why
hospital.
was that?
I just thought he was leaving a deal with his father.
Because that
Yes.
interrupted the prior conversation.
That's right.
She was surprised you didn't go to the hospital.
Is that the last conversation you had with him?
It is.
When did you find out about the murders?
I initially found out through the rumor mill around 10:30 or 11 o'clock the evening of them. But
That's how
I
small
did
this
not
town
get
is.
confirmation until I received a text from the partner roughly 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
That's how small this town
Were you
is.
shocked by that?
Yes,
Those murders happened
Scared?
right before 9
Yes.
p.m. She knew by 10.
yes.
Worried for Alec?
Worried for everybody, yes, especially Ellie.
In the wake of the murders, do you know if the hearing that was later that week got canceled?
It did get canceled.
That was a hearing in the boat case where he's personally a defendant?
That's my understanding, yes.
In the wake of the boat case, did you and the partners have a discussion about what to do about getting to the bottom of these Ferris fees?
We did not the week of the murders because pretty much our office shut down the week of the murders and then his father also passing away. But when we got back around to it, Lee and Mark Ball and I were the ones doing the discussion. Lee decided that he would call Chris Wilson himself directly and try to get the information, and Lee took over from there.
In the wake of the murders, did anyone want to bring that up to Alec again?
No, nobody wanted, Alec was distraught and upset and not in the office much, and nobody wanted to harass him about nothing
Stealing
that we
money?
thought was really missing. We had several months till the end of the year to clear it up, so we were not going to harass him at that point in time.
They wanted to leave him alone.
So that part just got stopped in its tracks, is that true?
Yes, Lee took over calling Chris Wilson and trying to pursue it.
All right, and when was that? You said in July sometime?
Yes, probably early July.
All right, and what was the result of that?
Alec doesn't get fired till September.
Lee said, and you could speak to him more clearly.
Ask
But
him.
Lee said Chris Wilson got off the phone pretty quick with him, which was surprising because apparently Chris Wilson has the gift of gab. But again, Chris assured Lee that it was there.
All right, ultimately, did y'all get an email about this particular issue?
We did. Ultimately, on July 19th, there was an email from Chris to Alec stating that the money was in Chris Wilson's trust and would have been available anytime that we requested it. That email was forwarded to Lee Cope and myself.
From whom?
The
from
jury's not
Alec.
there, so
And what's
there's
is
no
that the email
objections.
on the
It's
screen that
outside
you're
the presence of the
talking
jury.
about right now?
Chris
It is.
Wilson's at a different firm.
And, we see 600,000 for Andrew Ferris and 192 for Denise.
I've
Explain that
Chris
breakdown.
Wilson hasn't been indicted on anything
So
that
there's
I remember,
two
but there's
parties in this case,
Questions,
and apparently
if
there
you
was
will
two
be.
recoveries, and each of them would have had a fee dependent upon their recovery. So to me, this looks like Andrew's portion, the fee for his settlement was 600,000, and Denise's was 192,000.
At this point in time, had the firm received this $792,000?
No,
Did this email, though, sort of end the inquiry, at least for the present moment?
yes.
that's the prosecution's theory.
All right, well, let's move the story forward again. Did this matter ever come to your attention again at a later time?
Yes,
All right, and tell me when that came to your attention.
that would have been in September, after
He
we
gets
found
fired in
some
September.
other misappropriations, and we had confronted Alec, and he had resigned. We ended up having more conversations with Chris Wilson right after that, and Chris admitted that he did not have all the money.
Well, let me back it up. Before we get to there, I'm talking about as far as it relates to Alec. Did this particular issue with trying to get the Ferris fees come to your attention? And let me take you to early September of 2021.
No, not that I recall.
Okay. In early September 2021, did the Hirschberger matter that you mentioned earlier, did that come back to your attention?
That came back to my attention. I started pursuing that and decided I was going to go through and look
This
and make
woman
sure that he had not
cracked a
tried to
lot of this
already
open.
defer something else that we had missed. And at that point,
She said, "You're
I
not doing this
decided to
on my
print
watch."
a ledger printout of our system of payments to Forge. And as
This
I
is not
did
her
that, I
first time
started printing all the
testifying.
documents that would relate to those disbursements, the disbursement statements and the canceled checks. And as I started printing the canceled checks off, I could see Bank of America on the back and Alec Murdaugh's signature.
Not
And
Forge
everyone that
Consulting.
came out was just put it a little bit more in the grave for me. That's when I found that out. I had William Barnes come over, who was a partner who was in there in the office that day, and had him look at them. He also believed that they were Alex signatures on the back of these checks.
All right, and just real quick, these are checks coming from the client trust account,
Yes,
and they're made out to what?
forge.
But what's unusual to you that's causing you to have that feeling that you just described?
Because it's fake forged.
The
It's fake
endorsement in the
forged.
Bank of America on the back.
Why is
And the
that?
fact that it looked like Alex signature.
Fake forged,
So
fake
you
forged.
talked to William Barnes, is that right?
Yes.
And did you talk to other partners about what you were finding?
We did. William and I then called Mark Ball, who had been aware of this situation the whole time. Mark Ball was the treasurer, so he came back into the office. We showed him the signatures. He agreed with us, and he also recognized one of the disbursements as a case that could not have possibly been dispersed yet because it was held up waiting some court orders for a workers' comp lien.
This leads up
We also
to the
talked to Lee Cope
roadside
that night
attempted
about it, and Lee,
insurance
we
fraud
came to the
thing.
plan for Lee to call Michael Gunn with Forge and see if they had banked at Bank of America.
This is
And
right in September.
Michael Gunn confirmed that they had not banked at Bank of America in a number of years.
Did y'all send them a list of clients of the ones
This-
that you were pulling off of your system that
This is
had
when they
payments
figured
to
out fake
Forge and Bank
Forge.
of America?
We did. We gave them a few names that evening, not the complete list. We gave them a few names that we had. And he verified
Mark
that
Ball was also
those
at Moselle.
Michael Gunn verified to Lee Cope that those were not any structures or any annuities, and they didn't have records of them.
All right.
This woman-
Around this time, did Annette bring you anything and that this is all going on?
Her importance
Yes, so
can't be
this is
understated.
completely independent
in
and coincidental.
Tying,
Annette,
bringing down
The
this
same afternoon of
fraud at the
September
firm.
2nd, was in his office trying to look for something. And when she moved to file, a check fell out.
They found the
When
check.
the check fell out, she looked down, and it was Chris Wilson, and it was the $225,000 check payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh that we'd already found.
Boom. They found the
And I'm
check.
gonna show you what's been marked as Exhibit 313.
This is the day he
states for purposes of this hearing, you
resigned
recognize that.
from the law
That is,
firm.
that's the check.
This is the actual check that was found, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, hold on for me real quick.
Between her ethics and the paralegal's ethics, both of them said,
an
we're
endorsement
not
on the
doing
back.
this. And they
Let me ask
were
you this, you worked with Alan
persistent,
Murdaugh for how long?
and they brought it
23 years
to a
roughly.
stop.
During that time, did you become familiar with his handwriting?
Yes,
Can you recognize it when you see it?
yes,
Looking at the handwriting, the endorsement on the back of that document, do you recognize it?
that's his signature and
This is
handwriting.
Will the jury think this is enough of a motive for murder of his wife and son? I don't
It's for the court.
know. I don't know. She testified in the federal trial of Russell Lafitte. There are so many ancillary cases to this, but she has been key in taking down the power structure. And I personally I don't want to, the schadenfreude is real. Look, I try to be a good person, but I get the sense that Alec doesn't always maybe think a lot of well, you can see how he's staring at her on the stand. The fact that they followed their ethics and the questions and brought this down is just, it's it for me. Because you can see it pisses him off. Chris Wilson's one of his best friend. Russell Lafitte, one of his best friend. This whole good old boys
Your Honor,
network
if you'll
of we'll
give me
all
one
just work
second, I'll
together
hand, the exhibits we're talking about up to the court.
was brought
as
down
well.
by ethical
But up on
women.
the screen, is this the check?
Yes, yes,
And then on the back, who's writing
And
is
good for
that?
them.
Alex.
I'm not surprised that she testified that the paralegal was terrified of what they were finding. She must have been too.
Started printing out all those Forge ones that had Alex writing on it in Bank of America, and you contacted Forge. Did you ask them whether or not they ever banked the real Forge, if they ever banked at Bank of America?
Lee Cope had that conversation, and Michael Gunn verified that they had not banked there in a number of years, more than 10 years.
And they didn't have any active structures on any of the clients that y'all had given them.
That's correct.
As a result of that, what did the leadership at the firm
do next?
We convened a meeting on the morning of Friday, September 3rd at Lee Cope's house with the majority of the partners and myself present.
The network that had
We
protected him.
discussed what we had found and showed everybody the documentation that we had recovered. And then the choice was made. Randy was not present initially. The choice was made to bring Randy in and show him what we had found.
And after Randy was brought in
Brother.
and showed what was found, what happened next?
Randy immediately conceded that we needed to talk to Alec, that it looked like he had stolen. And Danny and Randy got together and met with Alec outside of the office.
And did they confront him with this information?
They did, and it is my understanding that Alec admitted it and that it was determined he would resign.
Some of this is
Did he ask for
hearsay,
a
but
leave
this
of
is
absence?
this
I
is a
think he
hearing
tried to do
outside of
a
the
few other
jury.
things before resigning, but we made him resign.
And they paid back the clients out of the
After-
firm's money, and then they sued Alec.
The decision was made to resign. Was it announced right away, or was there any statement put out or anything like that right away?
It was not announced right away because the decision was made. Johnny Parker was getting married the next day, and it was late on a Friday, and that we were going to kind of hold off until the first of the week. We were going to contact some ethics attorneys and see what we needed to do.
Let the wedding
and
be
announce
okay.
it the first of the week.
Wow.
So we're in the weekend, September 3rd, September 4th, something like that?
Yes,
Is that Labor Day weekend?
yes.
What's the next thing you recall hearing about Ellen?
The next thing I
Shot in
heard
the head
about
on the side of
Alec
the road?
was, I was actually with my family on the sandbar, and the next thing I heard was Suzanne Peoples with the EMS came down and told me that Alec had been shot in the head and was being flown out to Savannah.
Was that on the side of the road at Old Salcahatchee?
That's correct.
What's the first thing you thought when you heard he had been shot?
You know, nobody knew what to think. A lot
What's
of
your
thoughts
real
went
thought?
through, but fear went through. Was this retaliation? Was he involved in something bigger that was going to get more of us in trouble? And just fear.
All right.
That's the defense's theory. Was he involved in
As
something
the
bigger?
months went on after that, did y'all continue to review your records looking for additional misappropriations?
We did. We immediately decided, once we found this out on September 2nd and had the confrontation on the 3rd, we immediately started doing a dig into our books and proactively going to look for anything. And anything that we found, we turned over to law enforcement. We also had a forensic audit from an outside firm come in and provided information from them. So this took most of September, gathering all this information and going through all of our stuff to figure out what else we had missed
They
or
handled
what
it
else had occurred.
much better than the Girardi firm because there's more people
You've,
involved.
Already
And the
described
CFO's
the
ethical and not
checks to
arrested
the
and indicted
Forge accounts,
like the CFO of Girardi
the
Keys.
Bank of America, which was a fake Forge account. Is that correct?
That's right.
Fake
Was there
Forge.
another manner in which Alec Murdaugh misappropriated money that you uncovered in your review of the firm's records as CFO?
Yes, we've also found out some payments made through Palmetto State Bank.
Okay.
Palmetto
And
State
generally
Bank is
explain
in
how
it
those were
too.
working.
So those were working on, some of those Russell Lafitte was the conservator on, and funds were directed to Palmetto State Bank as
Russell
if they were going to be
Lafitte has been
held
convicted.
for the beneficiary. And those checks were later converted into personal use for Alec.
All right.
And incidentally, the week after we, of the boat, of the roadside shooting, when we were going stuff in Alec's office, we actually found Forge, R. Alexander Murdaugh doing business at Forge bank statements in his office.
Oh, they found the fake
So you
Forge.
found the Bank of America bank statements?
Yes,
And the title on those bank statements was what?
The Forge
R.
Forge.
Alexander Murdaugh doing business as Forge.
The Forge Forge.
I'm gonna,
This is a great summary for all of you that don't know the
Real quick.
ancillary fuckery. This is a tremendous summary of everything that was going on. Russell Lafitte has been indicted for his part of this. Palmetto State Bank is under investigation.
client trust account checks, what color are they?
Green.
All right, and the operating checks, are they a different color?
Blue.
And she's kind of at the center of undoing it
For
all.
this hearing, this will be the spreadsheet that's in one of the folders in the packet I just gave you. It starts at the top, the check date 12/26/18. I'm
Rexy,
gonna
so
show
where's
you,
all the money now?
What's been marked as states 314 for this hearing, and see if you recognize that document.
Yes, this is a spreadsheet that we've developed
knows.
of the money and the clients that had money stolen using the forged payment method.
All right, and by the forged payment method, you mean what?
Basically checks payable to forge that looked like they were going to be for a structured annuity on the behalf of the client.
All right, and again, for the purposes of this hearing, in preparing that chart, you've been keeping a chart, keeping these records, is that correct?
That's right.
Is this all the misappropriations, or is this focused just on some for purposes?
Is this all of the stolen
particular
money?
category?
This
No.
is just for purposes of this particular category.
No, it's
What
just some of
category
it.
is that again?
Forge.
No, nobody knows where the money is, but after the murders, Alec went to the Bahamas. I don't know where the money is. I could speculate wildly, but that would be, just
All right,
wild
I'm gonna put this
speculation.
up on the screen.
But he went to the Bahamas shortly after the murders. Nobody knows where the money is. Nobody knows what the money got spent on. They don't have
And just
that
real quick, if
lavish
you could,
lifestyle. They
just
have
go
a
across and tell me,
elevated
what
lifestyle,
the
but it's
various
not like a
categories represent,
Girardi
please.
lavish lifestyle.
Excuse me.
So where is
The
it?
categories, if you see the column of category forged payment, those would be where checks were actually written to forge as if those were the beneficiaries' proceeds that were being sent for a structured
Clients.
annuity.
Clients.
The next line where it says Barrett Bolware took insurance proceeds, this is actually a check that was payable to Barrett Bolware from Southern Fidelity Insurance. And Alec actually endorsed that check. He had power of attorney on that file. He actually endorsed that check, and later we were able to trace it into his personal accounts.
He had power of attorney.
If you keep going down, the
And
majority of
took
these
the
are
money.
forged payment. If you get to Dion Martin, the first line says
Before-
fake.
Just real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just going
She's not
across,
done,
we've
Creighton.
got the client, we've
Damn
got the
it,
civil
Creighton.
action number, we've got the category that you were just describing. We got
Let
the
this
date
woman
the trust was
go.
Funded, and then we have the amount. Is that
That's
correct?
It's an in-camera hearing. We want all the tea. This is bringing
That
everybody up to
refers to
speed.
when we found out and did the deep dive into
Creighton.
exactly what had happened on each file and deposited the money back immediately into our client trust. So that's the firm actually, as we found these, put money in client trust. We then met with all the clients, reestablished what the correct disbursements should have been, and returned all funds to the clients.
So the firm had to
The
pay the
firm
money
paid.
back that you've determined in each one of these cases that Alec Murdaugh misappropriated through the fake forge on this list.
We did.
Forged. And then they sued him. September is when literally all of the shit hit the fan in this case. Well, the beginning of
What's
the
total
unraveling.
amount on this sheet?
He's been
Two
indicted.
million $841,512.55.
There's a lot more than that out
And again,
there.
does this represent everything or just a particular category?
Just a particular category.
He's been indicted for avoiding taxes to the tune of over $6 million.
Just
and
real
that
quick, I
was
see that says 12911
stolen
for
funds.
Thomas Moore. Is that supposed to be 21?
Yes. And that would be the date and the check number of the check that was taken.
I'm gonna hand
I really think he
Exhibit
thought
314
he could
up
just
to you.
keep using his relationships
could,
for it to be fine.
correct that with my pen
And
here.
she was like,
then just
"Not
put
on
your
my
initials
watch."
next to it, please.
It is my job to make sure this law firm runs properly. And that's what I'm going to do. And she did. I hope they gave her a raise. Start giving her the bonuses. And how pissed must she be? This is just me speculating, but
Going
she's
back to
writing
Exhibit
checks to this dude
314,
for
if we
millions
look
of dollars
at
each year, looking at how much
all
money he's
the
making. In an area
Check
with what's
dates
the
on
average
here, we
household
have
income's like
the earliest one
$30,000.
being about August of 2015. Is that
And he's
correct?
stealing
That's
from their
right.
clients
then
and
it
from the
continues all the
firm.
way up to early 2021.
I'd be
Is that
pissed
correct?
too.
That's
I am
correct.
pissed too. And it doesn't involve me at all, and I'm pissed for her. She's looking at him making millions of dollars every year and still stealing from them. She should be pissed. I hope they are paying her bonuses every year for this. Yep. However, here's the thing. I love seeing the testimony. I've been watching this case for a long time. There's a lot of pieces to this case. Does this mean he committed the murder? I don't know. Will the jury see them as connected? I don't know. But when everyone is like, he's this loving dad, he's this great person, this is starting to go to the character. Do you really know a person? Because this is the shit that was happening.
Was just marked. Have you also prepared some supporting documentation for each one of those transactions of misappropriation that you've identified?
Yes, we have.
Everything's
and these
perfect.
are from the records and your investigation into the records at the firm?
That's
Everything
correct.
is
And
not
each one
perfect.
of these, has the firm had to make the clients whole because of the defendant's misappropriation?
We did.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 315, and this is particular case is Elise Mallory. And
Hey,
just as an
Alec,
example, and
Tom Girardi had the CFO on it too, so
See
he
if you
ran
recognize that
his fraud for
Indeed, this
later.
first document
longer.
is the
they're all gonna end
disbursement,
up in
which would
prison,
have been
but-
drafted at the end of the case that states the recovery, expenses, fees, and payments to clients. Next, we have, this one actually had a payment to forge.
The
so I have a
other
copy of
attorneys
that
covered it.
canceled check. And then the third and fourth pages are where we did our correcting disbursements with footnotes about what had happened and explained everything to our clients when we reimbursed them.
Big reputation of Alec Murdaugh, big reputation of Tom Girardi. People never would have believed that they would be
are there
stealing
similar
from their
documents,
clients.
supporting documents
Here
for
we
each one
are.
of these transactions that's on your spreadsheet?
There is.
So this is a disbursement sheet, is that right?
That's correct.
And I didn't ask you, but very quickly, tell me what a disbursement sheet is and how they're supposed to work.
So disbursement sheet just shows at the conclusion of a case, once the recovery, it will show the recovery amount, list out the fees that were sent to the attorneys, shows fee splits if there's multiple attorneys, shows the amount of expenses we collect back, any liens or loans that were payable that were in the scope of that case, and then the final amount would be the payment to the client or the client's beneficiaries if they had beneficiaries.
All right. And
She's
then down here at
great.
the bottom of this particular one, do you recognize that signature?
Yes, that's Alex.
And going to the second page, what is this right here?
That is a copy of the check that was payable to Forge that you saw on the bottom line
And
of
I
that
know I'm
other
talking over
disbursement.
it. She's going to
as well as the
testify
back of it
again.
showing the endorsement.
This is part 1 of 2.
And is that the real Forge or the fake Forge?
That's the fake Forge.
All right.
We're going to
And
get
then
to
what is
listen to this
document
song
right here?
more.
This is the correcting disbursement. The yellow totals would signify what the correct amount should have been and the corrections that would needed to have been made.
Oh,
All right,
yeah.
Going back to this first
If
page.
she's allowed
in
to
this
testify,
particular
she has to
one,
do it again.
How much was the recovery?
We'll
100,183,528.
yes. She'll have to do this in front of the.
Was there
in
an
front of the
attorney fee
jury.
taken from PMPED?
There was an attorney fee taken. In this case, it was $30,000, which was a reduced fee. We generally get a third or 40%, but there are instances where the attorney will reduce their fee for some reasons.
And the
And do you
firm
know why
generally
the-
has to sign
Who
off on
requested
it.
the fees be reduced in this case?
That would be Alec would have done that.
Alec did that, and so, but those fees got paid to the firm from that recovery, correct?
They did.
All right, great. So the rest of that money went to the client, didn't it?
It did not. It actually went to the fake Forge account where Alec stole the money from the client.
Every last bit of it.
Every bit, the 152,866.
That client didn't get one dime until y'all had to make it right.
That's right.
And that's similar to the rest of the examples we have.
It's exactly like the rest.
Been going on for years.
Yes.
How many years? And again, where are you go? Why is Dick still not in the courtroom?
Documentation like that for each one of these, and they're in the packet up there. I'm happy to go through all of those in the with the witness.
They're going to have a chance to
I don't want to sell
cross-examine
myself
her.
short if I need to. I don't know if
I don't want to
the
sell
point
myself
for
short.
purposes of your honor is made, or if you would like me to go through each one of those.
She's a good witness for them.
I'm happy to keep going.
Is this Mr. Griffin? Is this yours?
So do you,
I'll just take a minute to remind you we're on YouTube. And if you have not done the subscribing things, go ahead and do the subscribing things. The attorneys are just talking to each other. You don't need to cut the mics. I don't know why they're cutting the mics so much in this trial. This is, if you're just joining us, this is an in-camera hearing outside the presence of the jury to see the scope of this witness's testimony. This witness is testifying to context running up to the murder. So she knows all the things. She was the CFO at the law firm, PMPED, 100-year plus legacy at that law firm of the Murdaugh family. That law firm has been disbanded and restructured after September of 2021 September, was it 2021? Yes. When the wheels came off.
Everything, Miss.
When I picked up this case, I was like,
Ms. Seckinger, yes.
Seckinger is.
the jury is
Your Honor,
not in the room.
And then we're marking the supporting documentation, which I'll go ahead and mark. But I think with Ms. Seckinger, we can kind of walk through each one and describe each one while we do that.
The jury won't be
each
back till
packet
after lunch.
We've got this spreadsheet that has each one on there. And then for each one of them, we tried to minimize it down to the bare minimum. And again, this isn't even all of the misappropriation. But we've got, just have a few supporting documents for each one, which is the disbursement sheet, the fake forged check typically, and then the corrected disbursement sheet that the firm had to do. That's generally what each packet has. For example, like the one we last did. Is that correct, Ms. Seckinger?
That's correct.
She's going to be testifying for a long time with all of this.
And
a
we can do
lot
that
of
on the
financial
spreadsheet.
crimes
And then
that
we
he's
have
been
one other
charged with
category,
involve the firm.
that they uncovered of manner in which he was able to misappropriate money going back to,
I give commentary.
I think, 2008, 2009, something like that.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
2008 and 2009 is a little too far back. She does still work at the reformed firm. I hope they gave her a big raise. She saved all of their asses finding this stuff. She testified in federal court with regard to Russell Lafitte, who was convicted. She will have to testify at some of the other state cases. Alec, again, is pending over 100 indictments, ranging from drug crimes to financial crimes, mostly financial crimes, theft from clients, suicide for hire, which is something you don't see that often in criminal practice. So she knows quite a lot. They're going to be marking exhibits. This is
Your Honor, we're
outside
going
the
through that
presence of the
packet that was
jury.
provided up there with you, and we're going to go in order, except for
Getting
first
all the way
order,
back
which
to like
we already talked
2008
about.
is too far.
And so, Ms. Seckinger, can you see okay on that screen there?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to just
The
kind of
IRS
move through
hasn't-
these as expeditiously, but as accurately
The
as we
IRS
can.
hasn't come
Now,
knocking
first
yet.
one,
Only
we have
state
this
tax
particular
crimes.
client, Ms.
The
Adriana.
IRS
Is
will
that
get
correct?
involved later.
That's right.
All right. And I'm going to put 317 up on the screen. And is this the disbursement sheet for that?
That is the disbursement sheet for that. Yes.
All right. And down at the bottom, do you recognize the signature where it says attorney?
That's
think-
Alec's signature.
I think she was
All right.
absolutely scared.
And would typically the attorneys meet with the clients and get them to sign these disbursement sheets before any disbursements were made?
I think she must have been
Typically,
scared.
we did the checks on the attorney's signature, and then the attorney met with the client and had them signed at the same time they distributed and discussed the disbursement.
Gotcha. All right. And then right here on this particular one, we have a total recovery amount of how much?
$247,500.
All right. And then the firm gets paid its fees out of that.
And again, that looks like a reduced fee of $22,000.
And what happens to the rest of the money?
The 225,073.46
Alec-
went to a fake forge account.
Alec has a lot
That
more
was
charges.
For Alec's benefit.
All
Alec
right.
has
And
over
is that the
100.
check right there?
That is,
Whose
Tom
signature
Girardi
is
has
that
like
right there?
that's Alec's.
12.
All right. And that's
Wait,
225 and change. And then you have the corrected disbursement sheet.
16.
Is that correct?
That's
Tom Girardi?
correct.
And this is where the firm had to make good on Alec's misappropriation.
That's correct.
Yes, they approached him on June 7th. They approached him that morning. So yeah, Tom Girardi has significantly
All right, let's
less
move
charges,
to
but
the
the
next
federal,
one.
Alex
This
are
would
all
be for Mr. Barrett, using the
mostly
first name.
state.
Is that correct?
That's right, Barrett Bolware.
All right. And just using the first name. We have this first one is
I don't think she's scared now.
75,193. Is that right?
That is the check I discussed earlier.
I think she was
that
scared before he went into
was
custody.
payable to Barrett that Alec endorsed directly and deposited into his account.
All right. And I'm on exhibit 318. We're
They're going
to
through the
third page,
receipts.
but is this that check right here that was made out to Mr. Bulware?
That is, and that was actually found as we went through his desk after September 3rd.
Receipts
And you
on
recognize that writing right
receipts.
there? I can
on
zoom in if you need
receipts.
to.
That's Alec's writing.
All right. And
They found
this
shit
is
in
the
his
deposit
desk.
slip went along with it?
Yes,
And what's
In
the name
September.
right there?
Alec Murdaugh.
All right, going to the next one on the list, we have this one, and
Creighton
the amount
sounds-
is 279, 850.65. Is that
Giddy.
right?
That's correct.
All right. We're
Creighton-
still in
Creighton sounds
exhibit
excited.
318.
He's like, "Ugh." You can hear it in his voice. Creighton is just like, get it, get it.
And this is the disbursement sheet, the original disbursement sheet right there.
That's correct.
I
His
don't think
signature's
she's.
down to the bottom.
That's Alec Murdaugh.
I don't think she's
And what
scared
does that say
now.
right there?
I think she was scared when they were putting this all together. Once it came out and once he was confronted, I think it became determination, but I think she must have been scared at the
All right.
beginning.
And then
His family's
what is
very
that
powerful.
right there?
That's the check payable to Forge showing Alec signing it and endorsement on the back.
Fake Forge.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next one. We have, this is Hirschberger. We already did that one, correct?
That's correct.
Well, yeah, we already did
They're
that
going
one.
through all the
right, let's
receipts
go
and marking
on,
them
And we
for
did
the
the next
court.
two. Those were those two fees that Alex told you
Yes.
he was structuring.
That's right.
All right, or at least this one was, correct?
She confronted
That's right.
him about the
All right, let's go on to,
792,000
Gary.
the
This
afternoon
is, States 319.
of June 7th. Yes, she did.
This
And the
is
law firm did the
disbursement
right
sheet right
thing,
here.
I think.
That is the
My opinion.
initial disbursement sheet.
Okay, and what is that right there?
Excuse me, that is not the initial, that's the second one. So there's a Forge structure right there, 112.5, a payment of the personal rep and the amount divvied between the beneficiaries. That
Receipts.
Forge structure should have been paid to the beneficiaries.
receipts.
And again, it was paid to the fake Forge account.
All right,
You
look
see
at-
the check signed by Alec and endorsed by Alec.
all right, so that's 112.5 right there,
That's
correct?
right.
And then you have the corrected disbursement where y'all had to make right to the clients.
That's correct.
All right. Moving on to the next one. We have Mr., and I'm gonna use their first names. Use that for me if you can, please.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Christopher.
Mhm.
All right, and we have you have this disbursement right here, is that correct?
That's
All the
right.
And whose
receipts.
signature is that right there?
Alec Murdaugh's,
And we got how much?
750,000,
Going to what?
fake Forge.
The fake forge, is that correct?
That's right,
And then we have the check.
that we do.
Oh, no,
And-
Jennifer, he stole it. He stole it. He didn't tell them they weren't getting it. I don't know what he told his clients.
Who's, do you recognize that on the back?
I don't
that
know
is
how
Alec
he was
Murdoch's?
putting them off.
Okay, and this is $750,000.
That's correct.
But Alec knew nobody was going to sue him. Nobody was going to go
Another
after him.
disbursement sheet where y'all had to correct it and make
He
it
just
right to the
didn't pay
client.
them.
That's correct.
Y'all had to pay back $750,000
We did.
that Alex spent.
We
Client
did.
money.
We did. He
She
stole
doesn't
it.
know he spent it.
All right, let's go to
That
the
he
next
took.
one.
Creighton.
Dion Martin. We have three
Creighton.
for Mr. Martin.
She
Is
doesn't
that
know if
correct?
he
That's
spent it.
correct.
She knows that he
All right,
took
let's
it.
look at that.
She
We
doesn't know where
have-
the money went.
So you have a little new category here. You see the above where it says structured annuity directly to Michael Gunn for 500,000. And then it's offset by the proceeds structured annuity below.
We'll talk about the
This
structures in a
would
minute.
represent like there was an annuity associated with that case that had been properly structured and sent. And that resulted in there being a $200,000 fee taken on that $500,000 that should not have been taken from the client.
So just a sleight of hand with paperwork, and Ella created a phantom real $200,000 in fees from thin air.
That's right.
Poof.
All right,
Fees.
so that's not the end of this one, is it?
No.
Happy birthday,
Yeah.
Meg. Oh, Tom Girardi was indicted in Chicago and Los Angeles yesterday. Not nearly as
All right,
many.
right here on the second
charges as
page, we
Alec
have a
Murdaugh.
disbursement to Forge, is that correct?
That's
Probably
right.
Next week's podcast.
Is that real Forge or fake Forge?
That's the fake Forge.
How much is that one?
$338,000, $56.14.
All the
Okay.
receipts.
Now, we already talked about on this list, we talked about the fake fee of 200,000 that you just mentioned.
That's right.
And we did the 338,056.
That's right.
14. Okay, let's keep going.
Lots of birthdays, law nerds.
And then
Happy
what's that?
birthday.
That's the check for the $338,000 that's payable to the fake Forge and endorsed by Alec.
All right, and then what is this disbursement sheet?
This one is showing a structured payment of $45,000, and this one incidentally had a quote attached to it
Carrie,
and
thank
is
you.
signed by the client. And that also went to
Don't
the fake
represent me.
Forge account and his personal account. This is a copy of the quote
I want to answer that
from
later.
Forge.
All right. But no forged structure was ever
No,
materialized.
no was done. We verified none was ever done.
Grounds is
What
very
that
appropriate in this case
$45,000
too.
check there?
This is the
defense doesn't state them.
$45,000 check to the fake forge deposited by Alec.
Fake forge,
Is
fake
this the
forge.
disbursement sheet where y'all had to correct it and make it right to the client?
Yes.
Moving on to the next one. We have at least Mallory, and that's the one I showed you at the beginning. It is
This
an example.
can't
of
That's
that.
become a
right.
trial on
All
these
right, so we've
issues,
done that one, and that
but I
was
think a lot of it's going to come in.
183,528, where he took every last dime of it. Is that
That's
correct?
right.
Don't cut the mics.
All right, the last one I talked about was 321. The one before that was 320, and the one before that was 319. We are now on 322. Let me turn the page.
What was the defense objecting to? We couldn't hear them and we couldn't see them. But I do like seeing Alex's face
And we
today.
have Mr. Jamian, is that correct?
That's correct.
The demeanor
Right,
shift has
and,
been substantial.
Right here, we've got a disbursement sheet, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and we have a forge of $90,000.
That's all
that's
right. We don't need to
correct.
see
All
Creighton.
right, and is that real forge or fake forge?
Fake forge.
Okay, and what is this right here, sideways?
That is the check payable to forge, the fake forge, and the endorsement on the back of the check.
All right.
I'm trying to pull up the things that I can cover without.
All right, and then we have
Answering
an
too much?
expense disbursement right there of
I like this color too.
5541.17, is that correct?
That's correct.
From
And is
Target.
that another amount that y'all had identified?
We identified
Shop a
later
lot at
that that
Target.
was an incorrect charge to a client file, so we reimbursed that as well.
Okay, and is this that page right here?
Yes.
And what did Alec bill to the client that y'all determined was improper?
Some airfare
To
on
where?
a private flight. I can't recall, but I believe that one might have been down to the Keys.
Or was it to the Bahamas? Did it go to the Florida Keys? I've got questions.
Y'all have to pay that money back too in this corrected disbursement.
We did.
That was exhibit 322.
He improperly charged clients for private flights.
We got
It's not
333.
scandal earrings.
Mr. Johnny, $95,000. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, on the first page, we have the disbursement sheet. and we have a
Casey Cat, I
forged,
think we'll see federal
line right here
charges.
for
Yes.
$95,000.
That's correct.
Not for the murders, no, but I think we'll
And
see
did I go
federal
to the real
charges.
forge, or the fake forge?
Fake forge.
Okay, we have a copy of the check right there. Is that correct?
That's a copy of the check and the endorsement
This witness
and
is
a
here
copy of the correcting
mostly
disbursement.
because of the
Go ahead and make that right
confrontation
to
the
the
day
client.
of the murders.
We did.
Moving on to 324. Mr. Jordan, we got a disbursement to forge. Is that right?
That's right, for $85,000 along with the fake check and the endorsement on the check.
I'm distracted by the woman with the
And then
glorious red hair
corrected
sitting
disbursement,
behind
correct?
Buster. I don't know
You
who that
missed the
is.
one for $65,000. There was two in that one.
Yep, there it is right there.
That's right.
The
And
hair
then
is
correcting.
great.
All right.
Sorry,
So
I
we had
got
an
totally
85 and a
distracted by hair
65,000 for
sitting
that one,
behind John
correct?
Marvin.
Correct.
So again, because
Exhibit
this is outside the presence of
325,
the jury, they're just
this
getting it
is,
all in quickly. That's why
Now,
they're leading
Mr.
more.
Manuel, and we have a $70,000 forge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Fake forge?
Fake forge.
All right.
Wait, Lori,
And
is
what's
Conch
that right
Day?
there?
The
Is
check
Conch Day like
payable to
Groundhog Day?
forge, the fake forge and the
I've
endorsement.
never heard of this.
And this is the correcting disbursement where we paid the client back that
Tell us all the
$70,000.
things. The
Going
hair's
to the
so
next one,
good.
we got Miss Mary, and
She
we
might
got
be a
a
cousin.
settlement proceeds to forge of 19.5 right there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is exhibit 326. And did that go to real forge or fake
The
forge?
fake forge,
All right, and what is that right there?
copies of the check, the fake forge and the
When-
endorsement on the back.
When
by
things
Alec.
get repetitive, my
And
brain,
then the corrected disbursement,
just-
having to pay the money back
Correct.
by the firm.
just kind of,
All right,
we find other details. I
going
didn't mean to.
on to Mr. Randy. Right here, we've
It
got a
happened in Deputy
disbursement
Hurt, too.
of $9,569.30 on
Carol,
exhibit 327.
I don't
Correct.
think
All right,
he
next
knew
page we
he'd
have
be
what?
caught.
The copy of the check payable to the fake forge and the endorsement by Alec on the back of it.
All right. and
I
then
think
the,
he thought no one
correction
would have the
disbursement.
audacity to
Correct.
question him.
And last one
honestly.
for this set is exhibit 328, and we have Morris Mack, Thomas Moore. Is that correct?
That's
Ms.
correct.
Tanisha,
And,
thank you
whose
for the
signature
gift
is
of
that right there?
memberships.
That is Alex.
And the amount to forge of 125,000, is that
Yes.
right?
Incidentally, that's a forged signature for the client The client confirmed that when we met with them.
Do you recognize that handwriting
It appears to me to be Alex Printing.
on the disbursement sheet?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then we have the fake check right there,
That's correct.
or the fake forward check, and then that's all on that one for right now, is that
That
correct?
was partial correction. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I don't take that the wrong way. I get a lot that people say I remind them of Pink, but Pink can sing and is like fit, and I cannot sing. Not quite fit. So we're going through all of this. For those of you just joining, don't forget to subscribe. But the jury is not in the room. This is an in-camera hearing to see what, if anything, I did. I said it. This witness will testify too.
Fair amount?
Well, we found them in these several cases, and in the scope of all cases, not so much. I mean, we have a ton of volume, so this doesn't represent a large proportion of those, but this was common with them.
And that's my point, is
Yes.
that there's a large volume, and
Yes.
these are sprinkled throughout over years and years and
Break
years.
it out over a decade or better.
Whenever there was an opportunity, it happened.
Yes.
That's leading as hell,
I'm
Creighton.
gonna,
Let's
show you
practice
when
our
you're-
open-ended questions, shall we? Let's practice our non-leading questions. So I think he didn't think he would get caught. Part of why it matters is this wasn't every case. This was taking enough off the top that he could take it, but that they wouldn't catch it. The fake forge really goes to the lying. She found the documents where he set up the Alec Murdaugh DBA forge. He set up that forge account to make it look like the structured settlement account. The structured settlement annuity is so that clients, like Tom Girardi's clients, instead of the lawyer taking the money, it can go somewhere to be managed and dispersed. Instead, she looked thankful for standing up in that awful witness chair. The money could go somewhere to be dispersed over time and invested and managed, so that if clients got funds that were hundreds of thousands or millions, they didn't just get a lump sum and have to deal with it. It could go to Forge and be dealt with. So checks going to Forge didn't raise an eyebrow because he created a fake account copying Forge so that it wouldn't be detected. He did it to avoid detection. There is no question in my mind about a lot of the financial crimes. He's admitted to a number of them. And the thing is, how much is too much? At what point does it become overly prejudicial? At what point is it relevant? Getting confronted about $792,000 of missing funds that his so-called bestie, Chris Wilson, is supposed to have is a big deal that day. So then we need the context around it, and then we see the downward slide. I don't know what the judge will allow in of his behavior after the murders, because it keeps getting worse after the murders. But is it relevant after the murders happen to show the context of what was happening before the murders? And the judge is going to have to deal with that. The defense is going to say no. But then how far back do they go? 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, beyond a decade? Beyond a decade, it seems way too far. But they're also going to show that his pattern isn't what the defense is presenting it to be. The defense is presenting him to be, the greatest. Everything is awesome. And the prosecution's like, the fuck it
Marked
is.
as Exhibit 329
Everything is not awesome.
to your.
But does any of it
proceeding, and so you can
help?
recognize that.
The
I
jury.
do. This is a spreadsheet of the payments that were made to Palmetto State Bank and misappropriated through that method.
All right, you testified earlier that the fake Forge account, the Richard Alexander Murdaugh DBA.
Fake forge.
Started around 2015, is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, she definitely
But
deserves
you
a
just
better check.
uncovered a different mechanism whereby Alec Murdaugh misappropriated money from clients prior to that, is that
That's what I was
correct?
That's correct. Most of these took place in 2011 and 2012.
Okay, and did Alec have some particularly big cases in those years?
He did.
And what were those cases?
So he had Arthur Badger, which was against a UPS truck in Allendale where his wife was killed. And I believe a couple children hurt. There were several beneficiaries in that case. In that same wreck, Well, then they had another one with Hakeem Pickney, who in that same wreck had a
Heartbreaking.
cousin in the car named Natasha Thomas.
Okay. Let's talk about the Badger case. What was the total settlement in that particular case?
In the Badger case, the total that was apportioned to Arthur Badger was 3.1 million. There was also a companion case, Donna Badger, with a good bit apportioned to it as well. I can't recall the number right here right off the top of my head.
But just for Arthur Badger, he was just one of the clients that Alec had, correct?
Right.
Just for Arthur Badger, what was the attorney fee that he received in that settlement?
He received $1,240,000.
The firm
The firm did.
But that would be ultimately on his books at the end of the year.
It would be credited to him.
Over $1 million in legal fees.
Is that right?
$1,240,000.
Is that all the money that Alec received from that particular case when y'all did your review?
That was not
What else did Alec take?
$1,325,000.
Another $1.325 million, is that right?
That's right.
And how did he go about doing that?
Checks were payable to Palmetto State Bank that were then converted into personal items, payments for bank loans, payments for loans from a conservator account,
Which is
payments
why Palmetto
to
is in this too.
Johnny Parker, I believe it was, one to his father for paying back personal loans that they had given him.
I just have to say, this is the first time Alex had to sit in court and confront this.
And so we've got now what's been marked as Exhibit 329 up on the screen.
Even though it's outside the presence of the jury, he's never been confronted with the damage that he's done in any of these other cases, because the murder case is the first case he's standing trial for. The Hakeem Pickney case is horribly sad. And if they get to stealing from the children
Guess I'll just talk
of
over.
Gloria Satterfield.
All right, we've got on
Creighton,
this one at
we
the top,
just-
we
we
have
needed
Mr.
a
Arthur
minute.
Badger, is that right?
That's right.
And we have the date, and we have the amount, which is how much?
$1,360,000. And that is because we returned the PR fee in that case as well, because the PR failed to do their job properly.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked for this hearing is 3:30.
PR.
And is
Oh,
this the
personal
disbursement sheet?
representative, not
Yes, sir.
publicity.
And
Sorry.
down here,
I
we
thought so
have
too.
Palmetto State Bank payment to fund structure per client request, is that right?
That's right.
And that's the 1.325 million?
That's correct.
And did that go to the client?
No.
He got over $1 million in attorney's fees and was still taking more. That's what we saw and we see in the Girardi case as well.
I see
Making
there's an
so
email
much
right
money,
here.
and it's still not enough. It doesn't make sense.
Who is that from and to, and what's the date on that? You need me to bring it to you?
Her readers on her head.
So
She'll get
this
it.
email is from Russell to Alec. Doesn't
Russell
look right.
Lafitte.
There was an email that came from Alec to Russell asking if we could recut the checks in a certain way. Then Russell independently sent an email to Alec, which was forwarded to me and my accounting staff, asking if we could recut the $1.3 million check into 4 different checks.
And did y'all do that?
We did.
Have any reason at all to mistrust what was going on at that time?
No.
All right. So
Alex?
ultimately,
Alex attorneys in
And
court.
ultimately, those got broken down into all these payments. This is the payments of how these checks were written and what benefit they went to.
Alex
made out to
attorneys in
what- to
court
what
said
entity?
that some of this
Palmetto
money-
State Bank.
and then after they were made out to Palmetto State Bank, what happened to them?
They got converted to personal usage for Alec Murdaugh's benefit.
his attorneys argued in court after the suicide for hire by the side of the road that a lot of this money went to his opioid addiction. I don't think all of this money went to an opioid addiction, but that I see you guys talking about it in the chat. I don't think that's going to come into this case at all. I don't think it will. I don't think they'll ever say or speculate on where the money went. That's what his attorneys put out there when all of this started crumbling and he was allowed to go into rehab instead of into jail. He's in jail now,
2005.
but he went to rehab first.
I'm going to point you to this disbursement, though. What's the date on that disbursement?
November 2012.
So is that an error that needs to be corrected?
I'm sure that that's an error that needs to be corrected.
I'm gonna bring your spreadsheet. Let's do that real quick.
So his attorneys did put that out there in court when he was arrested for the beginning of the financial
Give me
crimes. Because at
pen
first it was
and,
1 or 2 indictments, and then it was 20, and then it was 30, and then it was over 100. And those indictments came down before he was ever charged in this murder. So, all right. And some of it was going, that's right, the chat is bringing it up. Some of it was going to all the civil cases. He had a substantial amount of civil lawsuits going on and the boat crash case. So it wasn't just that, but him having to confront these other facts in court is very interesting to watch.
All right.
We
Let's
still
talk
don't
about
know
another
how much
case.
the
I'm looking
jury
now at Exhibit
will hear of it.
332, and we go back to your spreadsheet, and we have Natasha Thomas. Do you recognize that?
I do.
All right. And what was the amount on that particular one?
Laura V, I think he
There were
caught that
two
too.
payments. One was for $325,000 even. The other one was $25,245.08.
All right. I'm looking at Exhibit 332. We have down here at the bottom,
This witness
we have
has already
payment, and
testified
it says what entity right there
at a
Palmetto
federal
State
trial.
Bank.
for 325.
Yes,
So was a check cut from the trust account for 325?
yes,
And is that it right there?
that is it.
And did that money go to the client?
No, that
Yes.
money went for Alex's benefit.
His demeanor is
Did y'all have to pay that back and make that right for his
We did pay that
misappropriation?
back.
different today, much different today. But again, this is the first time this has confronted him in court. She already
What you're
testified.
seeing now is
at
just
Russell
all the
Lafitte's federal
different
trial.
payments that were made from that money.
So this is where the money's going out to. I want to see where the payments went. I love going through bank
Those were
accounts.
converted at the bank
I'm
into
curious.
personal use for Alec.
That's correct.
What are
All
we
right, we're looking
paying
at the
for?
second check for, how much was that?
$25,245.08.
All right, and that's made out to what entity?
Palmetto State Bank,
From the client trust account?
correct.
Did that go to the client or did that go somewhere else?
That went to Alex's personal use again.
Leave the client trust accounts
And
alone.
Did you ultimately have
For
to make
fuck's
that
sake.
right?
We did.
Leave the client trust accounts alone. It's not hard. You're making millions of dollars a year legitimately.
Last one is Mr. Hakeem, correct?
That's correct.
Is that in a companion case to Ms. Thomas?
Money's
is.
not worth all of this shit. I'll tell you what.
Got two misappropriations, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Looking at this disbursement sheet, we have right here on the disbursement sheet, what entity is that?
Palmetto State Bank,
For how much?
$309,581.46.
All right, and that's signed by who on this?
Russell Lafitte as conservator.
The Russell Lafitte case
And is that the check right
touches
there?
on
That is the
his
check.
stuff,
Made out to what entity?
Palmetto State Bank,
but it
And what
wasn't
year?
what he did.
December 2011.
Okay, and
So
did
it
that money
wasn't-
go to the client?
It did not.
Sitting there with
Did you
what he
ultimately
did.
have to pay that back?
We did.
He knows she knows.
And then finally, $60,000 for
The PR fee again. We decided to pay the PR fee back.
And that's the PR fee right there for Mr. Lafitte. Is that correct?
That's right.
The one who signed that disbursement sheet.
That's
As the
correct.
personal representative, because he had his whole circle of people he worked with that allowed this to go on, and no one inside that circle caught it because they were all doing stuff. So he had the group that he worked with, and they all just it was literally the kind of good old boys handshake. We'll all do this together. Chris Wilson had to know what was going on. Russell Lafitte knew what was going on. Rob, you are just taunting the chat. I see you, Law and Lumber, taunting the chat.
You
Chat,
mentioned Russell Lafitte. Do you have a relation to Russell Lafitte?
Russell Lafitte is my brother-in-law. He's married to my husband's sister.
and you are the lead, one of the main witnesses in his trial, in his federal trial. I didn't know they were related. That's some new information. Woo!
June 7th, 2021, you came in demanding answers about those.
We'll see if Corey Fleming
That's
comes in.
correct.
And that conversation ended because he got a call about his father, correct?
That's correct.
and the inquiry got pushed to the side because of the tragedy of the murder of Maggie and Paul. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's the prosecution's theory. I don't know if it's going to be good enough for the jury.
Additionally, Alec
I'm-
called you about
I'm
having to get
fascinated.
finances together for a hearing in a vote case later that week. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that hearing got canceled as a result of the tragedy of the murder of Maggie and Paul.
That's correct.
And ultimately, in July, y'all received an email from Chris Wilson saying the money was in the account. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Was that a lie?
What did you later find out about whether or not all that money was in the account?
We found out after September 3rd that all that money was not in the account. Chris Wilson called us and actually wanted us to pony up the other portion of the money.
And what portion
What?
was that?
There's a couple $100,000 that was still missing.
The audacity. The money's in the account. Actually, the money's not in the account. Actually, we need you to pay us.
A few months later, your attention got turned back to these matters and you ran that inquiry. Then the whole thing started to unravel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When you rely on the good old boys club, you might be blinded to who else sees what you're doing. Oh, cross-examination. Remember, for those of you just coming in, this is all the tea, but it's outside the presence of the jury. This is an in-camera hearing to see what will come in.
Plain to be. Right. So we'll take a break now for about 10 minutes.
Ooh, morning break. Okay, good. Now we get to talk. Y'all, that was so much. Okay, I'm going to turn this volume off. We're going to cut out of court real quick. The court's on a 10-minute break, and I feel like I'm not going to be able to talk fast enough to account for everything that just happened in court this morning. Okay. We are in the middle of an in-camera hearing for Alec Murdaugh's character motive evidence through the CFO of the law firm, who is just absolutely a credible and concise witness. She has been just this morning. Look, I was running late this morning. Everybody had like a delayed start at school. It's been crazy. So I'm running late this morning. We come in and court starts hot. The judge comes in this morning with, this is what's going to happen. I said what I said, and let me cite to a case that's mine. Then we got into one quick witness from Snapchat that laid foundation, and we learned that investigators didn't ask Snapchat for nearly what they should have. At this point, are we shocked? Nope. Then they moved on to get into this witness. The jury has been excused until after lunch. We got into this witness, and this witness is going through confronting Alec Murdaugh the morning of the murders about $792,000 in missing money that was related to attorney's fees with a case that he did with Chris Wilson. Chris Wilson, of course, was in the video yesterday, which is why I got so excited about the video yesterday, because I think it's more powerful in that birthday video to ask the friends of Paul, do you know who Chris Wilson is? Yes, I do. This is Alec's best friend. So we used other witnesses, family friends, to establish who Chris Wilson is, that know that they're best friends. More than just this witness, the CFO, saying, oh, they're friends and they work together a lot. I thought it was very powerful. It wouldn't have even come up if that video hadn't come in. So it lays the groundwork for this witness to come in and say, hey, this is who Chris Wilson is. This is what they were doing together. And this is what's going on with the fees. She was ready for it. And she seems pissed. She seems pissed that he was stealing from clients. How much of this will come in? We don't know. Does this prove that he left work and went home and killed his wife and kid? I don't know if that will be enough motive for the jury, because the question is still why. And we heard this witness say something that could be very good for the defense. What she said is, we were in the middle of these conversations and he got a call about his father and the conversation ceased. So if the prosecution is going to argue, hey, he's trying to stop these conversations, his dad's in the hospital and he's terminally ill, doesn't that buy him some time where he's not going to get questioned about these things. So then why kill your wife and son if you know your father is terminally ill? And the defense started arguing that in their opening statement. And this witness said, look, we stopped the conversation too. So, unless they're going to bring out something about life insurance, or that Maggie knew, or that, he needed to sell the properties and she wouldn't sign off on them, there has to be more. And we haven't seen the more yet. There are some big voids in this case still, but what I'm enjoying seeing this morning, because the theft from client stuff, just like in the Girardi case, pisses me the fuck off so much. Even if this doesn't come into the jury, I am sitting there watching him be confronted in person by the woman at their firm that had the ethics and the cojones to topple this fraud scheme. She and his paralegal started following the questions without fear, brought it to the higher ups, and wouldn't let it go. There was no one left to cover because he isn't covering anymore. There's no one to cover. The CFO is onto it. The paralegal is onto it. And then they searched his office and found the evidence of it. No one left to cover for him. Everyone else had been. Russell Lafitte had been. Palmetto State Bank had been. He had his fake Forge account. Chris Wilson had been. Everyone else was kind of in the circle. This witness was not in the circle of the good old boys club that they were operating in. And you know what? It's probably a good thing she wasn't in the circle, because she is a fantastic witness. So whether this comes in or not, how much of it comes in or not, it's the first time this defendant has been faced with this in court. It won't be the last. He has over 100 indictments. But my brain is still on the financial crimes are not hard to prove against Alec Murdaugh. This murder case is not easy to prove. The prosecution can't try to bootstrap all of the financial shit into a murder case. They can use it to explain, they can use it to give context, but they can't say, see, he's stealing from his clients and he's a piece of shit person, therefore he's a murderer. That won't work. And so there has to be more than just this that they bring forward. But is it interesting to watch his face be confronted with this for the first time? He's been indicted with it, but is it interesting to watch? It sure is. And after days and days of where did you pick up a showcasing from and laying foundation, we've finally really gotten into this trial yesterday and today. The last 2 days, the jury is probably like, oh, well, when they're back in the room, they might be. I'm going to get to some questions. He's on trial for 2 counts of first-degree premeditated murder and the weapons charges that go along with it. Didn't he admit to the money crimes? Not all of them, but a lot of them. He admitted to stealing from Gloria Satterfield. So some of it's admitted, some of it's not. It's a lot of stuff. We have a lot of super chats. I'm going to try to get back through both. But this witness has been fantastic. I didn't watch the Russell Lafitte trial. I followed it loosely. There was other stuff going on. There was something that I was covering a lot going on at the time that the Russell Lafitte trial was going on. So it's been real interesting. All right. Question in camera. Outside the presence of the jury. This is essentially all a proffer. Your Honor, this is what we're going to ask this witness. This is what's going to come in. And then the judge gets to go through it and go through it. Renee, Emily, the rest of LawTube seemed to think the door wasn't open to ask about finances. I wish you could explain it to them like you explain it to us. Everybody has a different perspective. Lawyers disagree all the time. I think, well, everybody has a different perspective. And I think it's healthy when lawyers disagree. When we all agree on something, fucking run. We all should agree, but we also all come from different perspectives and levels of trial experience. And I think they opened the door to start asking about all the character when they asked about it for the reasons I stated. And then the judge kind of restated those on the record and agreed with me today. People might still think that's a wrong decision, and that's a fair thought. Most things in law aren't clear cut, and there's a lot of gray zone, but I've done a lot of trials. So for me, I would have been asking Rogan Gibson. I think the prosecution didn't, because they didn't know what Rogan Gibson was going to say. And I think they were afraid they would hurt their case more by asking a question they didn't know the answer to. So I think it's healthy when lawyers disagree, and we often enjoy the conversation. He said totally improper, though. Does that change the outcome? The defense objected to totally improper. You know what's not in the rules of evidence? Objection, totally improper. The court was not happy with the defense today and kind of restated who's in charge of this courtroom this morning. For the old people who mishear things, what just happened with the 404 hearing? I gave a summary, I think, earlier, but the 404 and 403 hearing this morning, which is different types of evidence that can come in, was essentially leading us up to this hearing now. I think the judge did a great job. Could you please explain as to why the prosecutor didn't push the witness on if he knew about Alex's other crimes? I think, Alex, I'm totally distracted by the emoji because I love it. I think it's because they didn't know what Rogan Gibson would say. I think they could have. I think they should have. But also, it's much easier for me to sit here in my fuzzy slippers and say what I think the prosecutor in court should do after they've had a full, long day. So, was it just me, or did Buster leave right at the end of court yesterday and not hang back to talk? I don't remember seeing that. At the end of court yesterday, I was shook because the prosecutor cross-examined their own witness and nobody properly objected to it. I was shook at the end of court yesterday. I was literally just question. Alex said Alex said in the car interview that his relationship with Maggie was great. Are the rumors of her speaking to a divorce lawyer true? Could the state bring that up? They can't bring up rumors. They can only bring up evidence. They can't bring up rumors. But I think the state's going to allude to it with Maggie staying at the beach house, Alex staying at Moselle, and them having to sell their property in Hampton because of these financial woes. I think they're going to bring it up and allude to it. I don't know if they can say it definitively. There are text messages between Maggie and friends that we've heard allude to the fact that she thought Alec was asking strange. Some text messages came in yesterday. We will just have to wait and see if they have the witnesses. Do they have friends that Maggie was talking to about Alec? Do they have friends where she was like, I'm out? I don't know. And if that's true, could that be motive to not have to, because a divorce is going to make the financial situation a lot worse. And then the question comes up, was the intention just to kill Maggie? Was Paul targeted, or was that unintentional? I don't know. But then you got a lot more questions because we clearly know Alec was up at the kennel with both of them. He knew they were both there. So what happened in that 2 minutes from the Snapchat video to the time everybody's phone locked, to the time Maggie and Paul's phones locked forever? Did he think Paul was chasing down the dog with the chicken in his mouth and wouldn't hear? I don't know. There's a lot of holes. The problem is the prosecution can't have a lot of holes. They need beyond a reasonable doubt. And right now, we have a real interesting hearing, but right now there's a lot more evidence needed to come in. Smells like the defense is making these mistakes to undermine the court process. I don't think so. I think the defense thought they could get away with it. I think that arrogance can maybe impede. So I think that there's hubris can take you a little too far. So I don't think they are trying to purposely set up an appeal. I don't think any defense attorney would do that. I think that they thought they could argue with this judge and get their way. That's what I think. Apple said, most of Law 2 missed the context of the judge's requirement for why he overruled yesterday. That might be true. I've been following this case very closely. The judge, not only and the other thing is people might not know, and I can't speculate on what people know as I go and speculate on what people know. If lawyers thought that the judge had ruled that evidence excluded and this opened the door to get into evidence that was excluded, it's a different analysis and would be for me too. The threshold would be different than what happened in this case. The judge hadn't ruled it excluded. He said, we get to it as it becomes relevant. The defense made it relevant, apparently relevant with their questioning. So this was not evidence that was ruled out. And now, now you get into something that had been ruled out. This had never been ruled out. It hadn't become relevant yet. It became very relevant yesterday afternoon. That's a different analysis. And it might seem like a difference with, or a distinction without a difference, but it's not. That's a very big difference. So if people didn't see those prior hearings with the judge where the judge went over these, because the motion hearings started, the motion hearings were during jury selection before the evidence started. So if people didn't see that hearing with the judge previously when he talked about these motions, then there's context missing. And that's understandable, because with that context, then you're like, well, but if he ruled it excluded, is this enough to get evidence that's been ruled excluded in? And I could see where people would be like, I don't know if this gets you excluded evidence in, but it makes the evidence relevant to ask the question for then the judge to start ruling on it. Because the judge said, I'm taking it bit by bit. So that might be where some of the discrepancy is, but I don't know. Yesterday after court, I'm trying to do my summer. I'm now on notebook 2. So I got to summarize these to do quick bits tomorrow. Damn, Thursday, it's today, to do quick bits today. Pretty sure this is the turning point of this case. Yes, it is a turning point for the prosecution. However, the prosecution can't just rely on see, he's kind of shit, so he's a murderer. That's not going to work. But it gives a lot of context, because right now what the jury has heard is this is a loving father and a happy family and everything's great. And they got this beautiful hunting property and $9,000 in Christmas presents. And the wife is just at the beach because she doesn't like the flies on the property. So why not be at your other house? They've heard kind of this ideal family. Everything is awesome. What they haven't heard yet is the unraveling and the underbelly that all of it's propped up on a house of cards. I don't know if they'll be able to show that Maggie and Paul knew that, but I think there's some evidence that we've heard about that if they have that evidence would lean that way, but we don't know yet. So do we think Jim didn't know this could be a consequence? I'm not sure what that's referring to. I don't think much is a consequence. I think Jim Griffin's very close to this case, and this is a problem for the defense. The defense is friends. They are friends with Alec. Jim Griffin was in the HBO documentary talking about this case. Both of these attorneys have conflicts after previously representing Paul, I think, but nobody seemed to have raised the issue, which I think is a bigger problem. Did this conflict get waived? Is that going to be a problem if he's convicted? The chat just asked a great question. He's going to jail if he's not convicted. He's already in jail. I don't think if he's acquitted, he's getting out of jail based on 99 other indictments. I don't think he gets acquitted. But I also don't think that all the financial crimes prove he did the murders. I think they've got some technological things to get over with the cell phones, and they've got some hurdles with 2 weapons. They've got some hurdles with him being clean. Yes, they now have him changing clothes on video, but they've got some hurdles with that too. When did he have time? When did he do all of this? What was his demeanor? But when the defense gets into when he goes to his mom's house and his demeanor was normal, I think this evidence that we're hearing about through this witness and camera goes a long way to say, but his behavior was normal with his family. And look at the shit that was falling down around him. And I think that goes a long way to the court. You can't say that after these murders, he's acting normal, so therefore he didn't do it, because he's acting like life is fine. And it's literally coming apart at the seams as he is stealing from clients for a decade or more. And he's acting like nothing is wrong. So he's able to act like nothing is wrong, even when things are very, very wrong. And I think it's even further because once you get to this witness, in real time, once you get to this witness confronting him at work, the jig is up $792,000, and he lies in this witness's face that Chris Wilson has the money and Chris Wilson doesn't have the money, and he knows it, and they all know it. And he's lying in her face. He goes home and acts how? Chat, acts how? He goes home and acts how? Like everything is fucking fine. His father's terminal and in the hospital. He's been confronted at work about $792,000 of missing money that he knows is missing. And he goes home and is looking at trees and laughing with his son like everything is absolutely normal. They have dinner like everything is normal. They're out at the kennels like everything is normal. And it's not. And the state has facts that everything is not. So he is able to act normal even when things aren't. And that is where the character evidence comes in that goes against the defense's case. Yeah, he was acting like he went to his mom's and was acting like everything's fine. He came home from work acting like everything's fine. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? How do you feel if you get questioned about things at work, even shit you didn't do? I imagine most of you are like, shit, I didn't do anything. I swear, it's fine. It's fine. There are days when my kids are like, Mom, did you remember to do this? I'm like, damn it, I'm so embarrassed. I totally forgot to buy tickets for the dance. I'll do it right now. Most people, especially people who don't love confrontation, the slightest thing happens at work and it gets to you. It affects you. He wasn't affected at all because the stealing and the lying was normal for him. That's what the state is going to argue. That's what the state is going to argue. That the stealing and the lying is what's normal, not anything else. All right. So I appreciate you saying court is back in session. I don't see court back in session on my end, so we're just gonna keep rolling with questions. Sorry, I soliloquied. I think I gave a closing argument for the prosecution. I didn't mean to, but this is why this evidence matters, because the prosecution gets to rebut the defense saying that this butchering, and then he goes to his mom and acts normal after this family was butchered. He could have never. Most attorneys could never steal from their fucking clients who are maimed or killed. Steal from their families. Steal from the family of the woman who raised his children. How? How does anyone sleep? He did. And that's where this comes in. And that's where this comes in. Galore said, I worked retail with a girl who stole a lot. I felt awful every time the drawer was off and I knew that I wasn't the one stealing. It gets you in the pit of your stomach. Question, was there any evidence presented thus far of who was killed first? Not yet. Not yet. There is forensics with a thought, but it seems like Paul was killed first based on when the phone's locked, but it's within seconds. So we don't know. If he hired someone to do this deed, can he still be convicted? No. He's not being charged for hiring someone. He is being charged with sorry, I got distracted by the chat. He is being charged with doing it. He is not being charged with hiring someone to do it. He is not being charged with being an accomplice. So if the jury thinks he hired someone, then they cannot convict him of murder. If they think he had help and they don't know who the second person is, they can if they think he did it. I see a lot of you saying Law and Crime is back. Law and Crime is replaying earlier testimony. So if you look at their feed, what their feed says is earlier today. So we are not back yet. That's why I keep a second feed up, but thank you for the help. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going because she is not back on the stand. What is the difference between in-camera witness and proffering? It's basically the same. It's an in-camera hearing where they are showing what the evidence is going to be. All right, the judge is that's not the judge. There's the judge. We are just coming back into court now. Let's see. Cut away and get back to court. There we go. The thing I have a hard time with Law and Crime's audio is they have it gained up so much. Listen to the audio elsewhere. There's not as much background noise. I find it much more pleasant. None of the chats are pleasant. This is the chat that is pleasant.
Good morning, Ms. Seckinger.
Good morning.
Cross-examination.
I want to first just go to June. I want to go to June the 7th when
All right, Jim.
you were up in Alec Murdaugh's office and you were talking to him about the Ferris attorney fee money, correct?
Correct.
And while you were in the midst of this conversation, he received a telephone call informing him that his father was being readmitted back to the hospital, correct?
That was my understanding, yes.
And his father had
This is what we were talking about.
gotten out of the hospital either that Saturday or Sunday.
This is what we were just
I
talking
don't
about.
know.
Okay, and do you know that he spent the Friday night in the hospital with his dad?
I don't know.
Do you Well, his father was Randolph Murdaugh, who was one of the principals of that law firm, correct?
I know who his father was, yes.
Was he a principal of the law firm?
He was
You guys, I've gotta
previously. He
switch
wasn't
feeds. I
at the time of his death.
I can't.
Was he
I'm sorry.
was he beloved by
The flashing is killing me. Was his father beloved?
and when Alec got the phone call that his father was going back into the
I will
hospital,
switch back to long crime in a little
You
bit. I
mentioned that
can't deal with
the
that
belief was that
flashing.
it was
It's
terminal.
going to give me a migraine.
Correct.
You stopped your work
This is the
and turned
defense's
into a
point.
friend, right?
That's correct.
Provided him sympathy, correct?
That's correct.
And backed off of what you were doing to allow him to whatever he was going to do with his father.
That's right.
And so when you walked out of the office, things had come to a standstill as to your investigation through Alec directly.
So it had
as
already
to
stopped.
Where's the Ferris fee money, right?
That's right.
And that's the defense's argument
And
from opening.
Mr. Randolph Murdaugh passed away. Monday was the 7th. He passed away on
She
the
did.
10th, I believe, didn't he?
I'm not sure the date, but that sounds right.
Or that Thursday.
I hate not having closed caption. I'm
And-
sorry. But
If
we're going to have
Alec
to deal with
had-
this one for now.
stayed out of the
flashing is-
office from the day from that Monday when he got a phone call that his dad was going back in the hospital and terminal.
I think she's ready for him to
Until
fight with her.
His dad passed, and shortly after he passed, I mean, no one would have said a thing in that firm, would they?
I'm not sure if they would have not.
Again, he's going
Now,
with
what
the
you were looking at investigating was where is the fee due to the law firm on the Ferris case, right?
That's right.
And that was a case where Alec was associated with Chris Wilson, and they represented plaintiff, I assume, Mr. Ferris or Miss Ferris or the state of Ferris,
Correct.
and
the
they got a
state. Oh, a state. He meant a state.
excellent result as during the case. It was a verdict, a non-jury verdict of it after a trial in Richland County. You remember that?
I don't know the details of the case.
And that and you were the firm got a expense check but no fee check, and the immediate question went out to Chris Wilson's
Oh yeah, the arms crossed
paralegal.
her.
Where's the fee for the law firm, correct?
That's right.
And the paralegal said, our bosses got paid,
No, she's not.
and then that caused you to look into the matter.
That's right.
Okay. Now, and Alec told you, no, the money is still in Chris Wilson's trust account, right?
That's right.
And he said that to you on multiple occasions.
That's right.
And in fact, Chris Wilson sent an email saying the money is in my trust account
He did in July.
in July that was
I
forwarded
think
on to
he
you,
is.
right?
He can't
That's
come
right.
after her. The jury's going to love
And-
her.
And
He can't come at her. The jury will like her too
noticed,
much. He's got to be
well-
mindful.
let me back up.
And he does
Did
use
Alec
that
explain?
good old boy.
Did he
Like,
come up with a story to explain?
hi, friends.
Well, the reason the money is in the trust account is because I'm considering whether to structure the fee.
And this witness
We
is
did
like,
discuss that.
not
Yes.
friend. Not friend.
And in that law firm, your law firm that you're an employee of, partners have structured attorney's fees in the past, correct?
They have.
Yes, she does
And-
work for the
and so the-
reformed firm. It's hard
The
to say.
fact that, and just so the record is clear, when we're talking about structuring attorney's fees,
Yes,
it
Jen.
is
This jury is mostly women.
delaying the payment of the fees through some financial product. Is that correct?
That's right.
And by delaying the payment of the fees through a financial product,
Hannah,
If
thank you for
successful,
sharing.
you're-
Yes.
it allows to delay the payment of taxes on that money.
That's correct.
Now, in the times that the fees have been structured in the past,
Yes. The
when
brother is still
the
at the
payment
firm.
of the fees have been delayed, who is the beneficiary of the financial product? Is it the partner that brought the fee to the firm, or is it the law firm?
So we've only done it once or twice in the past, and when it was done, it was the beneficiary was the partner, but it was also contributed and figured
he's
into
gonna
our
try to
allocation at the fee breakdown at
Explain
the
that
end of
this
the
is
year.
all one big mistake, maybe?
So there's
That it's
no,
not that weird.
I mean, the fact that there's a structure, the time you did it,
The structure's not weird.
disclosed above board, it is. And just use, say, $100,000 fee, for example. I mean, to allocate it to the firm, that partner who delayed receiving $100,000 till sometime in the future would still have to put his 7.5% or her 7.5% into the kitty of the firm.
Right, and that would also be a percentage of the money that he would receive, that'd be taken into account of that.
Well, would it? I mean, if it was $100,000,
It did.
so he got credit
I don't think
or she
so.
got credit for the $100,000, even though it never went to the firm?
I'd rather see
Yes.
it too.
Okay. So if a partner,
If a partner did it correctly, it
No.
would be recognized and it would be accounted for correctly. The question wasn't whether he was going to structure a fee, it was whether he had received the fee personally.
understand,
Jim.
and he had
she's
said
here
he
for
had
it.
it and it was at Chris Wilson's office.
Good to see you,
That's what he
Pastor Jim.
stated.
Now,
His friend's
the
holding it for him.
spreadsheet and the
My friend Chris is holding my money for me.
and
Don't
the
worry about
files
it. Get it to you Tuesday. That's
that
not
you
how it
asked about,
works.
I noticed the Ferris matter wasn't on any of it, correct?
That's right.
And the Ferris matter wasn't on any of them because the Ferris matter, the firm ultimately got paid $792,000, which was what the firm was owed on the Ferris case.
We did.
I don't think the judge is listening to me at
And,
night. I just think we were thinking down the same train of thought.
After
Lawyers.
Maggie and Paul's murder, and after Mr. Randolph's death, murder on the 7th, Mr. Murdaugh's death on the 10th,
Buster's
How
on the
long-
witness list.
of a delay was there before you
He might.
got in touch with Lee Cope and Lee reached out to Chris Wilson?
There wasn't a delay in me getting in touch with Lee Cope. Lee Cope knew about it. The decision was made to call me off of it. Now Lee would deal with it from there with Chris Wilson.
That had happened before the
So
7th.
as far as you know, there was no delay. It was just taken over by Lee Cope.
There wasn't a delay on my part. It was taken over by Lee Cope.
I don't think they said
And
that
you
the
don't know
client's
whether
also
Lee,
supposed to sign it, but the client is supposed to sign
How long
it.
it took Lee Cope to reach out
You
to
would
Chris?
have to ask Lee.
Alec Murdaugh has been disbarred.
So
He was
you can't
disbarred
testify to that. You would have to ask Lee,
September
right?
Yeah, I don't
2021.
know.
All this went down.
And then you had
MC, he was
talked
lying
about
to his
a
clients.
Hirschberger case
And who
where there
are,
was
who are they to question him?
actually
Clients get
what
really afraid to question their lawyers, and they
appeared
just
on
don't
paper to
know.
be a structured fee, correct?
That's right.
And you're, having done one in the past, it did not appear that that the proper procedures were followed so that
Oh, this is not a procedural
Alec
issue.
would have to pay income tax
He
on
just-
it,
That's
whether
correct.
it's structured or not.
That's
He
correct.
just wasn't following the right procedure.
And
It's bigger
in
than
his
that, Jim.
explanation, I think you said that was back in,
Late May, early June.
yeah, that check was May 12th, 2021, the
Mhm.
Hirschberger.
I can't be sure when the exact conversations were. They were all going on around the same time, but it had been after that.
This whole "I'm just a good guy, trust me" thing
And
is
that,
interesting. That this is the tack with this witness. She is having
And so
none
the
of
thought
his
there
shit.
was-
Look at her face,
And Alec told you that,
sir.
well, I'm just trying to
Really?
sort of shelter money from me, put in Maggie's name because I'm being a defendant in the voting case.
That's correct.
Now you and your firm, and you've had outside forensic accountants looking at everything, and you don't have any information or evidence or documents that would suggest that any of the Hirschberger fee went into Maggie's name.
I did not pursue that portion of it. We have testimony from Michael Gunn that there was no annuity set up.
Right. And I guess, right. So as far as you can tell Judge Newman here today is that Alec put that money in a fake Forge account that
Oh,
was.
y'all. It's that
Alex
time of the
Murdaugh
morning. We
doing
must have
business
enough people
for.
in the chat because we
Correct.
started getting the bots. So
And you don't have any
congratulations
information
on
that
reaching
money
critical
then
mass, chat.
went into Maggie Murdaugh.
Don't forget to
investment
subscribe, I
account,
guess.
Personal account or any sort of account, right?
I know that it went into his Forge account. After that, I don't know how it was used.
And I think you said that, that you didn't start back up and looking into the Hirschberger matter until
The
sometime
mods
in,
have the bots. Thank y'all.
I think you said,
The mods are great. They've
did
got
not readdress it until late September.
That's correct.
it. Don't click the bots.
And,
Oh, subscribe
Early
to those on. They
September.
subscribe.
you were sitting in your office and you had a epiphany or, just a thought.
Was an
Let's
epiphany.
just see what how many times Alex his cases have
You
checked
had
going
an
forward.
Well, when you're
epiphany.
speaking of epiphany, I had started digging through his client list for every fee that he'd brought in. And rather than going one by one, my epiphany was, let me just run a payment ledger on Forge and see what that turns up, rather than digging one by one.
He's like,
Okay. And what prompted
she's
you
like, no,
to,
it's not magic
do that?
words.
Because I was trying to look to see if there had been any more settlements that had been written to Forge, like this other one with Hirschberger, so that we could account for them
Oh,
and
she's-
discuss how we were going to
She's
handle
used to
them
dealing with lawyers.
at the year end with the bonus distribution.
She's
I
used to
see.
dealing with
And-
lawyers.
and at what time of
Your
the year
epiphany.
do you have to prepare final
You mean doing my
reports.
job, Jim?
for the
December.
partnership? For December?
She's
And
gonna
when do you start
school
working
him
on that?
on the facts.
It depends every year, but usually December.
But in
The
September,
jury
you
is
were,
going to love her.
I guess,
She's
doing your
credible.
job, trying to see if there were other Hirschberger type.
Sorry, y'all.
structures
We're
out there.
slow moding a
That's
little
fine.
more to deal with the bots, and when it
And,
slows up, we'll switch it back.
And so you.
Thanks, y'all, for
you
understanding.
ran a report of financial records that were maintained at the law firm, correct?
Correct.
These were electronic records?
Yes,
And you didn't have to order bank statements for anyone. You had them right there on your computer system.
I have mine, yes.
And there's nothing that happened well, let me back up. We've seen checks to Forge, I think you
Once
said,
we're able
going
to get
back
rid
to
of the
2015.
bots, we'll modify the slow mode
Correct.
again. Sorry about that, y'all.
Have those checks been on the firm financial system and you
If he goes
maintained them
with,
since
ma'am,
2015?
why didn't you
They
find
were,
it
they
sooner?
didn't catch our attention before that.
Ma'am, weren't you not doing your
And-
job? Don't you dare, Jim.
And there's nothing about
He's going to do it outside the presence of the jury to test it out and see how it goes.
the murder of Maggie and Paul that prevented you from
He just dangled it out there.
accessing that information at any point in time, is there?
No, what prevented me was work and personal obligations to get to that point in time to have the opportunity to look.
And but the information had been at your fingertips. Anything that was done in 2015, it was there. 16, it was there. 17, it was
You
there.
That's
could have
right.
figured it out.
That's why you were able to go back and do the work, and law firm stood up and made these clients whole.
If this was in front of the
That's
jury,
right.
the redirect would be like, why didn't you catch it? It's like, oh, because he
Now,
went to lengths to hide it under the name Forge so it didn't red
The-
flag our system.
do you have the
That's why we
summary
didn't
exhibit
catch it.
314 up there?
We didn't
do not.
catch it because of his actions, not because of hers. But again, he's testing it out, not in front of the jury. So if he steps in it, he can kind of undo it.
Put on history. on
So
here.
he's in
Not my favorite.
he's in an area where he can actually ask questions he might not
Let me
ask
just
in
have
front of
you
the
look at this
jury.
right quick.
But It's funny to see him loosely alluding to, well, ma'am, you could have caught this sooner, sir. Your mostly female jury is going to love that. I think she's probably pissed she didn't know. I'd be pissed.
Can you go through Exhibit 314 and there, the grand total is $2,841,000.
The defense is defensing. This is their job.
And tell us.
It's just not going to fly. But this is their job.
Identify anyone on this list that is just straight diversion of fees that were due to the law firm.
Both Hirschbergers were straight diversions of fees that were due.
Is there any other one on here?
Partials of some of the other ones, I can't remember the breakdowns.
Also,
but I
she
know,
wasn't
like,
looking
Elise
for it?
Mallory, or one of those two, some of them should have been.
This is the good
firms
question.
fees due to
The
it.
good question would be,
Right.
were you looking for it?
But-
No, I never conceived of this man,
All
Alec
the
Murdaugh,
other
doing
ones,
this.
but the Hirschberger
I couldn't even
matter
imagine it. It's so
involved
awful.
proceeds that
Couldn't
should
imagine
have
him
gone
doing
to the
something like
client.
this. That's the
Which your
follow-up
client
question.
stalled, yes.
Right. And that,
The court just laughed. The courtroom just laughed.
well,
People just laughed in court. Did you see this? People are laughing in court, which your client just stole.
you investigated it and you came
And
to that
people laughed.
conclusion, and the law firm came to that conclusion, right?
Oh,
Yes.
shit.
Okay. But as part of the investigation, did you have to interview the clients and ask the client, hey, did you authorize Alec to put this in a fake forge account?
We did interview the clients, most of them, we met with them. Most of them were very surprised and shocked and stated that they had no idea
Right.
that they had been stolen from.
And so to establish that the clients didn't authorize Alec to do what he did, I mean, you had to go to the clients
Correct,
and get their response.
correct.
That's all hearsay.
And you accepted their response, rightfully so, correct?
Correct.
Jim, are you going to go with maybe the clients weren't telling
on
the
this-
truth? Because that's
On this list of
dangerous
314,
territory in front of a jury.
Is there
sir.
any,
The
is
jury's
there
out of the
anyone
room.
where you
We're not
didn't
there
go to
yet.
the client or the client representative, except perhaps Hirschberger, and say, did you authorize Alec to do this?
I might not have met personally with all of them, but somebody within our firm did.
Right. Okay.
And again, he's doing his job. I'm just giving commentary on it.
Now, Barrett, the second one, Barrett Boulware, said took insurance proceeds.
I hope Creighton
That's Exhibit
asks her,
314. I think you said Alec
Later.
had power of attorney.
would
He
you have
did.
imagined
And,
that Alec Murdaugh could have done this?
and
I think
was
it would be
Mr.
a
Boulware
great
alive in
question.
2018?
I don't remember.
And how is it that you know that
The job of the defense
Alec
attorney
did
is to
not
just
have
blame everybody else.
permission for
That's what's
Barrett
gonna happen.
Boulware to keep that money personally, that perhaps Mr. Boulware had owed him some money?
When I believe Ronnie Crosby's the one who spoke with Jarrett Boulware, who is his PR, so that'd be a better suited question for Ronnie than it would be for me.
So we would
She
need
knows these
Ronnie
facts inside and out.
Crosby and Jarrett Boulware to come in and testify as to what Barrett Boulware may or may not have agreed.
It's a lot of people named Boulware.
You may have one that he could come in and testify that too, but the rest of these on these lists, people have told me that they either did not know about it, was covered up, or was forged.
They would need
Forged
to come in and tell the
They
court.
would. And they
client
have.
Will
signatures
they testify?
They believe they have.
were forged.
Not in this proceeding.
Not in this proceeding.
Russell Lafitte's proceeding. Law and Lumber, it's fair.
Now, there was another group of cases that involved Palmetto State Bank, is that correct?
That's right.
And your brother-in-law?
That's right.
And again, there's Arthur Badger, Natasha Thomas, Hakeem Pinkney. Do you know
Those are-
if
Clients at the end there.
Mr. Lafitte or anyone at the bank was personal representative or conservator for any of these folks?
He was conservator for Natasha Thomas. I believe he was conservator for Hakeem Pickney. I can't remember the exact circumstance. And he was the conservator for Arthur Badger's wife.
Okay.
They're
And
talking about Russell Lafitte.
Mr. Lafitte, I mean, all of these checks went to Palmetto State Bank.
She's
correct?
kind of the
Correct.
honey badger.
And then from Palmetto State Bank, they were sent out
She's a badass.
to
She
pay,
is
uh,
not
according to your
deterred.
investigation expenses.
Honey badger don't care.
That Alec owed.
Jury's not in the room.
Correct,
And repayment of loans that Alec owed, right?
correct.
And that Mr. Lafitte was knowledgeable about
Fair.
that, as far as you know, right?
Appeared to be.
Could a divorce have been a way to hide money? Yes, but the civil lawsuits predated the filing of a divorce, so not really.
Now, I want to go into
It wouldn't have helped because it was by that point too late.
a little bit more detail on some of these.
Okay, let's do it, Jim. We got time. Well, not really. It's already 12:40 almost in the East. The jury is not in the room because this is a in-camera hearing to see what,
Let's just
if
go
any,
to,
I know, evidence will come in through
I'm
this
gonna put it up with
witness.
Ms. Elmo, and
This
it is the
is an evidentiary
Ben
hearing.
Allen Kendall.
It's essentially a
Well, that's
proffer.
Hirschberg, but let's don't
We're
do
going to
that.
show the judge what the testimony would be, and the judge will get to rule on what comes in or what doesn't in front of the jury, because this is too in-depth
Let's do the next one.
to go
Adriana.
question by question in front of the jury and then go to
And-
sidebar.
Let's see if I can do this right.
And because it's too, Jim, we don't need your commentary. I'm giving commentary. And so because it's too much
You
to
see
do in
that
front
one?
of the
That's
jury,
the
they excuse the jury till after lunch.
disbursement sheet.
And with
Yes.
excusing the jury till after lunch, they'll be able to
And
thoroughly examine this witness to
the
see what's
recovery
coming in.
amount here is, and it says settlement proceeds to Forge Consulting, and that's $225,000.
Correct,
And that, according to this document, represents what the client should have gotten and didn't get.
correct.
And then the attorney's fees here said $22,000. Is that the firm got $22,000?
Yes,
Okay. And then this same exhibit, there's a lengthy footnote down here. I guess, does this footnote explain what happened?
yes, it does.
In this footnote, it says there were 3 previous disbursements in this matter. Is that right?
Yes,
And it says the first one occurred on December 13th, 2018, issuing attorney's
Yeah, that
fees and
chair looks
costs,
awful.
$19,932.89 to Palmetto State Bank, satisfying loans and et
Jury will be
cetera.
back after lunch.
Other matters. Is that right?
that's correct.
Now, do we know if any of those
There was a
are,
ruckus. Jury will
fake
be back
bills?
after lunch.
They look to be legitimate.
did you confirm they were legitimate?
Yes,
And how'd you do that?
by looking at paperwork and observing the paperwork.
Okay.
Ooh.
And then here, there was another disbursement on December 20th, 2018. Is that right?
That's right.
And this document referenced some exhibits.
I like the curved monitor that the clerk
There's an
has
exhibit
down here.
A through F. I don't believe that's attached. I mean, it may be. I don't have it.
Oh, great.
Did you prepare this footnote?
It's going to make me want to buy a new
I
monitor.
don't remember which ones exactly I prepared. I prepared a lot of them, and Chelsea Van prepared a lot of them as well.
So, and most all these have an explanation in a footnote as to what the entire transaction was
That's
about.
right.
Okay. And you didn't do every single one. It was a team effort, I take it.
That's right.
And so people on the team investigated it and then would have to come here, explain exactly what they did and what they learned. And
That's correct. It's
Wow.
also been through forensic audit and also looked at former FBI, and it's been provided to law enforcement who all looked over it as well.
Jim's trying to find the point. What Jim needs to do is make sure what this witness can and can't testify to. So some of this stuff is foundation. This witness can't testify to some of it because this witness didn't create some of it. So he's kind of trying to figure out where he can restrict this witness testimony because this testimony is real bad for them. But this witness, I really just want Creighton to ask this witness something in the realm of, would you have ever believed? Because he said, you know, you had all of this in your possession. You had this for years. You could have just gone back and seen it, which you did. You went back and saw it after you looked, after you had an epiphany. Why weren't you looking for this? Why didn't you catch it? Would you have ever believed that Alec Murdaugh was capable of stealing from your law firm that has been a legacy for over 100 years with his family's name and from his clients? Would you have ever thought that that was a possibility? I imagine her answer would be no. I would have never imagined that this was ever possible. And then you also use her for the character witness.
Now, I think you also said that back to June the 7th.
Also,
You said that Alec called you and asked for his updated balance in his 401k.
That's right.
And he told you he was putting together some financial records for civil discovery in the voting case. There was a hearing coming up.
Yes.
And that he had
what if anything would you like for dinner? What if anything would you like to watch on Netflix?
He questioned you previously about the balance in the 401k.
That's right. It's not been the first time.
And the times that he questioned you, was it in the context of
he
putting
asked
together
her
information
questions.
for the
That's
voting case, or just he was
questioning.
curious?
Putting together information for financials.
Financials for the boat case.
Financials in
Civil.
general, or financials in voting
Civil
case? or
lawsuit
you just
boat
don't know?
case.
I didn't really ask particulars. The
So,
perception was that it's for the voting case. Talk in the office, we knew hearings were coming up. We knew they were
Discovery.
looking for his financials.
Civil discovery was coming up.
okay.
They
Well,
were
when
looking
you said
for-
on the 7th, he called you about financials, did he reference the voting case? during
I
that?
believe he did.
The thing is, they knew these murders are alleged to have happened around 8:49
Now,
p.m. 8:50. She
Do
knew
you know?
by 10 p.m.
Do you know?
So it's hard to explain. How did you know? I knew. How did people know? Everyone knew.
What
The jury will understand that too.
impact or what
Or she's going to testify in a lot of these
Consequences.
cases. Yes. She's
Alec
gonna-
would have suffered from his partners
Oh,
if
consequence.
he had or if you had found that he had diverted the Ferris fee to himself personally.
Good question to ask outside the presence of the jury to
opposed
find
to-
out what she thought.
Putting it in a structure or
Good question, Jim.
putting it in the firm.
Look, here
You
comes
know.
the consequence.
I think that he
consequence,
probably would have
consequence.
had some bad repercussions for him because they were adamant that we were not going to be part of having any portion of hiding or diverting any fees.
And the concern was hiding fees from the civil discovery in the voting case.
Yes, at that point in time it was.
And that wasn't,
They're like, we're
at
not being
that point
involved
in
in this
time, no one
shady
was
shit. They didn't know how
saying-
shady it was.
that they thought he was stealing from the firm, but that he was sheltering money from being disclosed.
That was the opinion, yes.
Because that's shady within something they could think of. They couldn't even conceive he was stealing because it's
And then it
so
wasn't
fucking
until
bad.
September when you ran a report and you saw all these forged checks being deposited in Bank of America.
Hiding money from the
account
boat case
and-
is bad, but it's not that
and
bad.
endorsed
It's
by
not stealing
Alec.
clients bad.
You'd seen his signature, that you realize there's been something far different going on
I
than
hope
what
Creighton
anyone
asks.
believed. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
And that's what led to his resignation or termination.
Correct.
Alec Murdaugh
And
fucked
that
around
information had been
with the
in the books
finances,
and records of
and
the
this
law
witness
firm
found out.
since 2015.
That is my overview.
Correct.
Oh, and the jury's not in the room because it's a evidentiary hearing. This has become the definition of fuck around and find out. It's very interesting that he's asking what the consequences were. And he has a really good opportunity here to ask this witness questions he probably doesn't know what she's going to say to outside the presence of the jury. Just ask the questions now, Jim. Find out what she's going to say so you don't necessarily ask them. But maybe he doesn't want to give the prosecution any ideas either. There's like gamesmanship and questioning, and then they still have to argue to the judge what might come in or
One
not
last
come
question.
in.
The information that
Well, the judge might take a
part
lunch
of the
break to decide.
investigation where you and members of your staff and the forensic accountants determined that the
The
clients did
Hakeem
not
Pinckney case is
authorize
horrible
any of these
and
transactions.
heartbreaking.
I mean, you have no personal knowledge other than what's been told to you by people working for you or by the clients, right?
I also saw some of the deposits going into his personal Bank of America account statements.
No, I understand that, but whether the clients,
If they had some back deal, I don't know about any of it, no.
right. Any information you have about what the clients told the firm is hearsay, as far as you know.
Calls for legal
Not
conclusion.
hearsay if they said it to me.
Some said it to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Get it. Jim is trying her. And she is not trying. I love
One
this
thing you
outside the
know
presence of the jury. I love an
is that
evidentiary
the Money
hearing.
that you talked about for the fake forge went into an account, Richard Alexander Murdaugh DBA Forge, correct?
Correct.
Is there any possible legitimate explanation for client trust funds to go into that account?
No.
And after you realized that they went into those accounts,
Leading.
did the firm ultimately refund the money to those clients?
Yes.
You mentioned that you actually found in his office.
The actions prove the fact.
Some
That's
bank
what he's getting
statements
to.
for
You
that
don't need the
particular
hearsay because
account.
the
Is that
actions
correct?
prove
That's
the
correct.
fact.
We'll show you.
The actions of the law firm prove that it
Marked
wasn't
as Exhibit 335.
approved. I think Creighton needs to stop leading, but he
Have you
really
taken a
is
look
just
at it? Is that consistent with the Richard Alexander Murdaugh DBA fake forge account that you saw?
Yes.
fake forge.
That you had repeated instances of client trust money going into?
Yes,
Fake
That there's
forge.
no possible legitimate explanation for?
that's correct.
Fake forge is going to be the word of the day. At least it's not taint today. Today's fake forge. I think we're past the days of taint. Maybe, maybe not.
You were asked some questions about the manner of your inquiry and that sort of thing. And I want to take you back a little bit further very quickly. Do you remember, is it common for, after the books get cleared at the end of the year, for certain partners to loan money to the firm to handle operating expenses until fees start to come in?
It is. Basically, we wipe out all the cash reserves. So in order to operate for the first couple of months, attorneys will loan money to the firm for operating expenses.
At some point in time prior to all of this, did you become aware of an instance in which Alec Murdaugh had erroneously received a repayment that was actually meant for his brother, Randy?
We did.
All right. And did that happen once, or did the same thing happen twice?
It actually went through twice. The check was written to him erroneously, and within a few days, he brought the check back to my staff and had it recut to him. So
Wait, it was a
first
mistake.
check that was recut was held for him for about a year. So the replacement check went through immediately, and the first check cleared about a year later. And that's when we discovered that, going back and looking, that I discovered that he was paid erroneously, that it should have been Randolph Murdaugh and not R. Alexander Murdaugh.
So it was one repayment, but he managed to get it twice.
Randolph
right.
How
Murdaugh,
much was that check roughly?
Richard Murdaugh.
$125,000 roughly.
$125,000. Was he confronted about this when that was discovered?
Yes.
What was his explanation?
His explanation was that it was an accident, that he thought it was due to him. and that
Whoopsie
he didn't
doodle
know,
muffin.
And that he found the other one later and deposited it too because he thought they were due to him.
And was he required to pay that money back?
Yes.
And after
Did he?
gave that explanation of, oops, I didn't realize these $225,000 checks were for me, was that matter then forgotten or moved on from?
It was shelved. Yes.
It was shelved. Nothing, no repercussions happened at that point in time or anything like
No.
that? Okay, so the money gets paid back and.
That might have been a
People moved on, is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
whoopsie doodle.
You testified before that when the murders happened, that the inquiry, nobody was going to bring that up now in the wake of the murders, the Ferris fees that you had talked to Alec about the morning that Maggie and Paul were killed, correct?
That's right.
He
It's a
whoopsied from his
family-like
brother.
place. Everybody was concerned for him, his family. We knew we had time to discuss this before the end of the year. And at that point, like we said, we didn't
They
think
didn't think he was stealing.
any money from us.
They had no reason at that time to think he was stealing, correct?
That's right.
And so it did get shelved, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then in July, you got an email. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you testified to this before. What did the email say from
She
Chris Wilson's
testified
office?
before
It said
you
that
don't
the
have to
money
do
was
it.
in the account available to us at any time that we would ask.
And then, so at that point, the money seemed like it was there. The money is not missing, and so the matter was shelved. Is that correct?
That's correct.
However, you've testified
Follow up
that
on why
things have been going
They
on
didn't
for
think
a
he was
while.
stealing. Follow up
And
on
it was
that.
months later that triggered you to do that inquiry. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Because there have been multiple instances over the years. Is that right?
That's right.
But that has nothing to do
This is all
with the
leading.
fact that might have occurred regardless of at any point in time because of all the things that have been going on. That has nothing to do with the fact that when things were
All
happening
leading.
in June, they got shelved, and then you found out the money was there, and you thought that matter was closed. Is that correct?
That's right. We never knew about the prior. We had no reason to look. We had no complaints from clients. We had nobody saying they were missing money. And this just turned up when we started searching because of the Hirschberger and the other relevant things.
Has there ever been instances in which Alec used the firm credit card for personal expenses and was required to pay that back?
Yes,
And if the money got paid back, well, then everybody moved on. Is that right?
that's right.
So there was a history of that.
That's right.
You get the money back in, and everybody moves on. Is that
That's
correct?
right. History of trust and brotherhood.
And that's what happened in July with the Ferris fees. Is that correct?
That's right.
She said brotherhood.
You were asked about whether or not
That wasn't a mistake.
you were told in July that
Brotherhood's a very interesting choice of word, a very
money
accurate
was
choice of
in
word. Trust.
Chris Wilson's trust account. That's what you were told. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you come to find out, however, that it actually had not been there?
We did.
And you found this check proving it, correct?
That's correct.
Follow up on the trust and brotherhood. Follow up on the trust and in front of the jury, follow up on the trust and brotherhood and explain that no one could have conceived that he would have done this. That's what goes to the heart of the defense's case. That's the point here, is that no one could have thought he would have done this. Just like no one could have thought he would have killed his wife if he did or not. And we will see
The
that.
bottom line is
Maybe you're not by the end of this trial. We're still
that
not there yet.
there had been a long history of if the money got paid back, people would move on, correct?
That's right.
Things were
Interesting
continuing
point.
to percolate. They got delayed in June because of everything that happened, correct?
Correct.
But you were now curious, and eventually, months later, you look back at that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that also was highlighted and sparked by the discovery of the check, proving that he had not been telling the truth the entire time.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further? All right, thank you. You may step down.
Judge, what are we doing? All right, now we're going to see what happens with the judge's rulings on this. The jury is out of the courtroom. This was an evidentiary hearing. It was essentially a proffer of this witness. This is what this witness is going to say. This is what this witness knows. Oh, she did not look at him
We're
once. He
running
is
up on lunchtime. Mr. Waters,
Staring.
what's next?
staring
Well,
straight forward.
we can certainly continue with this. We have Annette Griswold, who is Alec's former paralegal, who in large measure will testify to the similar events with Thomas Moore, Hirschberger, and the Ferris fees. Again, I don't want to be cumulative for purposes of this, but she will certainly add to that. We also have available on this particular issue Michael Gunn, who is the principal in Forge, who of course will testify that he had never had any discussion with Alec about structuring fees, or at least nothing had ever been set up, and that this account is not his, and that all the money in these various transactions never went to him, and that they were diverted. And then we have Chris Wilson as well, who can describe the circumstances of those Ferris fees. All that would be very lengthy, but we have all of that available in as much as that's necessary to complete the story for purposes of the in-camera hearing. We have arranged to get additional
Sled and other witnesses here related outside of this for the afternoon.
Just
If you
let the
wish to
jury
make
go
use of the
home.
Jury for that.
Just let them
And
go.
also, as it relates to this, and we're also prepared to offer testimony about these particular
Just send
instances.
the jury home.
But we do have a confession of judgment that I would offer to the court at this point in time
That's where he
in the
pled.
Satterfield case. And again, before the jury, we would have testimony about that, but for purposes of clear and convincing evidence, we have this confession of judgment that we would offer for purposes of this hearing as well. In addition, we have his disbarment from the Supreme Court, which also refers to his admissions of financial misconduct, which we believe also are relevant to the court's decision at this point as to whether or not there is clear and convincing evidence.
They have to prove by clear and
these
convincing
various,
evidence.
other crimes. And so we would offer those as well to the court for its consideration now. However, we can certainly offer testimony about those aspects as well.
Remember,
I think, Your Honor, if we can get to a decision point on the law firm witnesses, then we can move forward. And again, we have some witnesses related to Satterfield that we could address and try to work that in over the next few days of court time. And then finally, with the boat case as well. And so that would be some of the financial witnesses that we would offer. And then finally, Your Honor, we do have some witnesses from Palmetto State Bank who will talk about the extent of Alec Murdaugh's financial condition at the time the murders happened and the reason why, explaining the reason why all these things were occurring and why they were all coming to a head in June of 2021.
remember, Creighton is the lead attorney on all of the indictments,
Mr. Griffin?
all of them.
Your Honor, I think there's more than enough in the record from this witness to establish that this evidence is not admissible under 404B. And I mean, without even getting to whether they can prove it up by clear and convincing evidence. I'm happy to make that argument at any point in time.
I'm clear
But
and convinced.
The whole landscape that he just talked about, Your Honor, 403 also includes a component of
We'll go
undue
over
delay. And as he just described, all the financial
Good
misdeeds or
argument.
crimes that he wants to prove up,
Good
we're going
argument.
to be here until end of February, I suspect, or
Oh,
March.
stop it.
That's adding 2 weeks to this trial.
That's not adding 2 weeks to the trial. The court wants to, that was an
Yes, sir.
overreach, but the
Yes,
court
sir.
wants to
And
prevent a
obviously,
trial within a
As I
trial.
even pointed out with this witness, we're trying to streamline the presentation. Frankly, the extent of misappropriation is very, very broad, and we're trying to focus on just a few areas. And the ones that we're focusing on are the ones that really came out of his mouth within seconds of law enforcement being
The
on the
boat
scene,
case.
within seconds of the 911 call happening. And that is, of course, the boat case. And what does that mean? But there's two things that are very temporally connected with this particular crime, and that is the confrontation with Ms. Seckinger that morning over the Ferris fees that have been percolating for a while. And then number two is that pending hearing that very week in the boat case, which again, the purpose of that hearing is to, in a specific request for production and interrogatory, to identify all accounts. And again, once you do that, once those accounts are identified, just like Ms. Seckinger was able
The
to
shit's
do,
out of the horse.
just like law enforcement was able to do, the state grand jury was able to do, it doesn't take long to figure all that out and then lead to not only what's happened here, his disbarment, but also
The
you
house
know,
of
I don't have to
cards.
get into this specifically, but 99 counts for which he's facing a possible sentence of life without parole on that alone. And so that kind of consequence that's hanging out there is very much relevant and very timely to what was going on June the 7th in his life. The defense asked the question, can you think of any reason? And all of this going on in his life, which is a stellar
Excuse me.
series of events
Your
like
Honor,
nothing
we'd
ever
like to
seen.
show the jury
is
all the
certainly
reasons.
relevant for the jury to consider when they consider a perfect storm that was arriving for this man on June the 7th.
Can you consider any reason he would kill his wife? The
Griffin,
prosecution's like,
witnesses that
we have
are
some.
here, Ms. Griswold, Chris Wilson, Mike, Mr. Gunn, confession of judgment and the disbarment. do you contest the matters which they are here to testify concerning?
Oh, interesting. He's trying to make it go faster.
It depends on how far they go with their testimony, but I'm certainly, that's predicate
Lawyer,
for
it
Mr. Gunn to
depends.
testify. They didn't have an account at Bank of America, and those checks were not deposited with us, and I didn't know anything about this. I mean, that we're acceptable to that, and just, without
The
knowing
judge is trying to
full
move
scope
this
of what they intend
faster.
to offer, it's hard to say yes, but that's all. I mean, just like this witness,
It
I mean,
depends.
she has a lot of information that is, that she learned through investigation. But if we had to try this case, 90% of it she couldn't testify to.
Your Honor, I point out that those witnesses that I mentioned, as well as every single one of those victims, all testified. There is transcripts on that, which the defense has had, which
From the Russell
Your Honor
Lafitte
has
case.
access to as well. So I don't know that necessarily it needs to all be repeated for Your Honor's determination now, because again, as he just said, those facts have been testified to. It's just a question of the parameters for this particular trial, which again, the state's intent is not to try 100 white-collar cases.
Thank
In
God.
the context of this murder case. It's only to explain to the jury enough of what was going on.
That the house of cards was crumbling.
Unfathomable set of events for a lawyer, what was going on in his life that were all coming to a head on June 7th. I think that's extremely relevant, and we plan to do so in a very expedited and focused fashion.
Your Honor, I would say for purposes of the trial, going forward with the jury, I mean, we're not stipulating to any facts.
Yes, sir. Well,
He was asking for the purposes of this hearing, Jim.
Hearing,
We get it.
I'm very candid with the court.
yes, sir.
I think that's true.
As far as the court's view of things and what the court needs to determine to be convinced that clear and convincing evidence exists.
I
Clear
agree
and
Jim is
convincing
being
evidence,
cooperative with the
not
court.
Proof beyond a reasonable doubt and all that. It says that degree of
This
proof
is
which will give
how much is coming in, Your Honor. We know it's coming in.
me a firm belief as to the facts sought to be proven.
I think we're there.
And if those specific facts are not being contested, what the communications with Ms. Griswold that's in the record,
The facts are the facts.
with Chris Wilson, there may be, Attorney Wilson, may be some dispute, I don't know. Mr. Gunn, Forge is a well-known consulting firm, and the Bank of America account says
How many times are they going to get to say fake
Richard
forge
A.
to the
Murdaugh,
jury?
sole proprietor, DBA Forge, confession of judgment, disbarment.
He's letting it in without further hearing is what I'm getting.
I'm happy to sit and hear any and all of the testimony. One of the things that did occur in the Siegel case was the judge who got reversed didn't want to spend time listening and hearing all of the evidence because of the expediency of things. And the court says, although we sympathize with the court's concern about the length and complexity of the trial, we never.
Like, I'm here. Let's do it.
Conclude that the importance of the evidence, due to the importance of the evidence, it must be presented and the court must receive it. So I am happy to do that.
It's like, I will receive.
Without needless presentation of evidence
Yes.
twice, more than once. And now I understand the defense's position, and I'm not seeking any waiver on the question of whether
Do we need more witnesses or
this
not?
should
That's what the
be
judge is asking.
admitted or not admitted. I know you each have your arguments on regarding 404 issues, and I haven't heard much argument on the race geste issue, which is equally important.
There is no argument.
or
That's why.
perhaps more important. But if you,
He's giving the defense a chance to say how they want to proceed forward. Do we
are
continue with
interested
the
in
evidentiary
contesting
hearing?
The nature of each one of these witnesses' testimony.
Or do we get to the
If they're
trial?
here and available, we can hear them. I mean, we
The
can.
court's offering to
and
continue
you
the
indicate
evidentiary
that there are
hearing,
some
let the jury go
other
home.
witnesses on other matters that can occupy the jury for a bit of time this afternoon.
Not really.
Sir, after our discussion this morning, we got some folks rolling, and after lunch hour, I think we can take us through the end of the day with witnesses that don't relate to this specific issue.
Oh, Rob will
Go
talk.
in that direction and then resume with more witnesses later this afternoon, tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. I just don't want the jury to sit and to be in an idle format.
Give them a day off tomorrow. Give the jury a day off
To the
tomorrow.
extent that you all can be in agreement with a path forward.
Roll the rest of this tomorrow
That's best.
and give the jury Friday off. Let's do that.
If you can't,
Let's
then
do some
then I
witnesses
make
this
the call.
afternoon. Let's give the jury the day off tomorrow, and let's do all the rest of this
Your Honor,
tomorrow.
As I mentioned
Jim's like,
earlier,
shit, I have to decide. Yep.
strongly believe that based on what you've heard thus far, it doesn't meet the elements of 404B.
Yeah, he
and you
doesn't
don't
agree
need
with
to get to whether it's been proven up by clear and convincing.
He doesn't
I
agree.
mean, if you rule against us on that, then we have to.
How about race justice?
Well, the only thing that would come close to res justi is redress justi
The court,
tomato.
The court
tomato, right?
and the power
So
struggle over how to
the only
pronounce
thing
race
that comes
just
close
day.
to that is, the
It's spelled
the encounter
Geste.
on June the 7th by Ms.
Don't
by
correct
this
the
witness up
judges.
there about the
pronunciation.
Ferris matter. So one matter, it's the Chris Wilson co-counsel fee issue. And that was the only thing he was confronted about in the afternoon before the murders. And
The state has to prove the state of mind of the defendant, not solely what this witness knew at that moment in time, but what the defendant knew
Cumulative facts.
that was subject to exposure.
Alec knows
So,
the way
Your
this
Honor,
is
in
going.
the,
He knows the way this
with
court is
regard
going.
to the res justi issue, we had briefed State v. King 334 SC 504, and
Oh yeah,
and that-
Jim's got a
and
hard
that
job at the moment.
is somewhat similar in that it involved
He's trying.
thefts
There's nothing for
or
him to
someone
grab
stealing
onto.
money,
There's no
and-
branch.
and there were remote thefts, and there was a theft the night before or close in time to the murders, and the claim was that the murders were done to get money from the victim, and that we had thefts earlier in the day or the day previous,
Alec
and
looks
then
like he is going to
number of
barf
thefts.
in court.
months and years before.
Did the judge do the 403 analysis, 403, 404 analysis on King?
Well, and the trial judge allowed it in the Supreme Court. Justice Burnett in 1999 overturned Judge Hicks Harwell for admitting the evidence.
Without doing the hearing. That's what the
404
court
analysis,
just
403
said.
analysis.
Well, I mean, they have a footnote in there.
You have to do what we're
He
doing
is.
now.
Jim's trying. He's in a tough spot. And he's in a tough spot. And this is the
Yes,
hard
sir,
thing
but
with
in the
representing a
case, they
friend.
said,
He's in a
while the
tough
remote
spot
thefts may have
with
been
one of his dearest
minimally
friends.
relevant, show motive underlie the prejudicial effect of this
also
evidence
did
far outweighed
unthinkable
the
things
slight
as a
probative
lawyer.
value. So the
Murder
Supreme Court did
aside.
a 403 analysis. And
The
that's in
lawyering
footnote
shit's
5.
appalling. What Jim is saying is please don't let all this in. It's not relevant. It's too much. It's too cumulative, and it doesn't prove anything. And the court
Anything
simply
else
does not
before
agree.
we break.
Give him a
We'll
plan.
resume at.
Stop cutting the mics. We need to know when we're resuming.
We'll resume at 2:00 with, at 2:15 with witnesses. And we will resume with witnesses and the jury witnesses. And we'll resume with this in-camera hearing involving witnesses later.
I think they do in camera all day
In
Friday.
recess at 2:15.
In recess till 2:15. All right. It is 12:12. We will be back at, what is that, Miguelina? 1:10 our time. We're going to answer some questions. A lot has happened. It's important. Holy shit, this morning has been like just law nerd heaven of legal things. What a morning in court. I'm going to try to give a summary as best I can, but I'm going to need some time to process too before I record this for Quick Bits, which will be out on Friday, hopefully. It might be out on Saturday, depending. But we're going to set that second stream to have me back right at 1:10 Central Standard Time. Holy moly. 1 hour short. It's a little short for this court, but the jury's been on break since, like, I don't know, 11 o'clock this morning or something. Or earlier, the jury's been on break for quite a while, and the judge does not want to waste the jury's time. And it is really the goal of the judge to not waste the jury time. Oh, there was an audio setting that I don't love. So sorry about that. If the audio was a little up and down this morning, I just saw that. I did everything to get the in-ears to work, and they are. So what we need to do is a quick recap. And I think instead of swooping, how many of y'all learned new things today? Hold on, Miguelina, let's put up in a poll. If you're just starting to follow this case, this witness might have brought a lot more information for you. So how many did you learn new things with this witness this morning? Instead of swooping, I'm just gonna... Oh, wait, through the voice changer. Hold on.
Okay, we need to try to do a summary of all the shit that happened this morning.
So we started with the judge making more of a ruling this afternoon, or more of a ruling this morning that he had made yesterday afternoon, and making a more thorough record about character evidence, about how the defense opened the door to those questions, and why he was letting it in. Then we got to a custodial witness, the Snapchat witness, real quick, and it was like, seat, yeet. Nobody cares about Snapchat anymore. It's like, great, it was at this time. The police didn't ask you for enough. Great, okay, bye. Then we got to the CFO of PMPED, the Murdaugh family law firm. And that hearing was outside the presence of the jury because it is an evidentiary hearing to see what, if anything, is coming in. I know I'm going to keep saying what, if anything, in this context, because in this context, it's actually appropriate. But to see what evidence is coming in, what these witnesses are testifying to. The defense has a right to not go question by question in front of the jury. The judge doesn't want the jury dancing like up and down and all around. Remember in the Brooks case, how the judge, like every 4 seconds, the judge was like, jury, please be excused. And the jury was like up and back and up and back and up and back. This judge clearly doesn't want to do that. He is just saying, you know what? Have the jury out. Let's have the hearing instead of going question by question by question. And this is important. I think the defense has put on a case and is going, well, the defense hasn't gotten to their case in chief yet, but the defense is making the argument through their cross-examination and their opening statement that Alec Murdaugh couldn't have possibly done this. He was a loving father, and there was no conceivable way he committed these murders. And the prosecution is like, oh, you think it's inconceivable? Let me help show you why it's conceivable. Let me show you the house of cards that was actively crumbling. And then they're going to have to tie it back to the murders. We don't want to end up with a trial within a trial on the financial crimes. They are trying to narrow it down to things he has already agreed to. That's the judgment in the Satterfield case, and things that have clear and convincing evidence. He had the second forge account. Here are the receipts. The fake forge account. Here are the receipts. He had these checks where he was diverting fees to himself. Here. And this all came down because they thought he was diverting funds in the boat case. And he brings up the boat case on the 911 call and with every officer that will listen that this killing must have been related to the boat case. And if you go back to when these murders first happened and looked at the media reporting, most of the media reporting was, is this someone targeting this family in retribution for the boat case because people were pissed about the way that that case was handled? It felt like there might not be justice for Mallory Beach because Paul Murdaugh was a Murdaugh. So when they're putting that out there, there's a reason they're putting that out there, because it could have been. The prosecution is saying, no, it's not retribution for that case. It's not a vigilante for that case. it is related to this case, and look at the financial strain that was going on with relation to not just that case, but everything else. And the firm thought he was being shady, trying to move money to Maggie's name to not report it in the financial documents he was going to have to turn over in the civil boat case. Now, whether or not that money would have stayed hidden for long, we don't know. And how this all ties into whether all of this crumbling down, he killed his wife and son to make it all stop, we don't know. But the jury has a right to hear, I think, that yes, he was acting as if everything was fine, but it wasn't. Yes, he appeared on the outside like a loving, happy, perfect family, but this is also what was going on. Houses were being sold. Finances were crumbling down. And I don't know, is that where this Gucci receipt comes up? And then thousands of dollars are still being spent while everything's coming down. I don't know. But the judge has to make that decision, and I'm here for the 404s. We get to hear all the evidence, and we get to decide later what to do. I'm going to get to as many super chats as I can, and then I am going to take a break to get some lunch. I'm going to have to figure out, the nuggies have been making me a little flushed, which leads me to believe there's an ingredient in there because I do have a bunch of food allergies. So my face has been very red in the afternoons. I don't know if it's the nuggies. I'm going to have to figure it out because then I'm like, oh man, it's nuggie time. What voice changer do you use? Not on Amazon list. I think my Rodecaster Pro 2 is on Amazon, but I'll look. But it is the Rodecaster Pro 2, which I use to run my microphone through the podcast so we can get that good podcasty audio. If you haven't watched yesterday's podcast and need something to do at lunch, I talk about attorney conflict in yesterday's podcast. It's up on YouTube and The Emily Show for all of your podcasting desires on all of your favorite podcasting platforms. It is regularly the top entertainment news podcast, which just thrills me because we beat the podcast from like E! And People and all the other legacy media outlets. I love the legacy media outlets, but the law nerds are like, yeah, but oh my God, every time I move, I'm going to have to get a new arm for my camera. I changed my whole desk setup and now it's wiggly. Is this the equivalent to go to your room and think about it for the attorneys? I don't think we're quite there yet, but Jim Griffin is kind of in a tough spot. They've argued themselves into a corner where the prosecution gets to put some of this in. They can't put it all in, I don't think. I think going back 10 years is way too far afield because what the prosecution runs the risk of is if they enter too much. Sorry, my hood is bugging me. If they enter in too much evidence, that is the grounds, like these 404 grounds is where things get overturned. So if they put in too much and it's overwhelming, then you've got the question, is the jury convicting him because he's an asshole who was stealing from his clients who were hurt, injured, and killed in their accidents that he was representing them in? We don't want them convicting him of murder because they hate him because of the other crimes. They need to be very careful to make sure it gives context, but it's not the reason they're convicting, because 404 grounds is where a lot of appeals are brought when it's too much that's brought in. So love seeing you, Giddy, when the pros get this, when the prosecutions get this out or the pros get this out. I love seeing good lawyering. I think we've seen some really good lawyering in this case, and we are seeing the difficulty of the position the defense is in. They can't have it both ways. So I think we're seeing some good lawyering, and we're seeing the judge have to make good decisions, and I'm here for that. I'm just here for that. So the chat is bay. So you're saying they can do an arrow 404. Yes, fair. 404 not found, but 404 grounds are often, if you see things overturned, 404 letting too much in is an area where you've got to be really, really careful with that. Granny T in the chat, if you can't see the chat, I would refresh. We can see you. Do you think he was intending to kill them all, including himself, and didn't? I don't know. I don't know because he left and went to his mom's. So I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of talk about it. I don't know. So I don't have a theory yet. What I have, and again, I've been an attorney over 17 years, and here's where I'm at with this. There are holes here that I cannot see. There are voids. And I can tell that there are voids, but I can't quite tell what those voids are yet. And I don't want to fill them in with speculation because I want to look at what the evidence is presented to the jury. Because if I have voids in this, the jury probably does too. And there are voids in this case that I just cannot see. there is a big question in my mind about whether that void is a second person or whether that void is somebody he permissibly let on his property and he left and went to his mom's and was like, walking to the car as he heard the gunshots and somebody else did take Maggie's phone. I don't know, but there are voids in this case, and that is doubt for the defense. I do not think this is a slam dunk case. I do not think this is an easy case for the prosecution. The financial crimes are an easy case for the prosecution. The financial crimes, he's pretty right fucked on the financial crimes from everything I've seen. But this is not that. And I think the defense was very smart in pushing this to trial within the time period. I think the defense has done a good job of pointing out holes in the case. They're going to have some losses. Of course they are. The prosecution needs to fill in those voids, and they have not done that all the way for me yet. And we're not there yet. And there are times I have to cordon off the brain because the things that this man has done to his clients, his behavior after the boat case is absolutely reprehensible. And I can't fathom it. I mean, I grew up in a community where my friends' parents were like my second parents. I can't imagine if one of us got in trouble, one of my friend's parents, who I treated like family and who treated me like family, trying to turn around and pin it on me. I can't even imagine it. I mean, one of my friend's moms did try to bribe me to not pierce my tongue and then to take my tongue piercing out. She was right at the end of the day because she was always right. But I appreciated the extra cash. It's just, I can't fathom it. He was at the hospital after a young woman lost her life on his boat, trying to impede the investigation as an attorney. I cannot wrap my head around it. It's horrible. So if the jury doesn't know that, how do we get from loving father, everything's great, he's coaching the baseball teams, they're laughing with their dogs and they're the cute pup. How do we get from that to murder? Well, we need to know the other things. And we need to know what was going on with the boat case. That while search and rescue is searching for Mallory Beach, he's at the hospital obstructing justice and telling people not to say anything and then turning around and try to pin it on one of his kids' lifelong friends. That is difficult for me, but the jury doesn't know that yet. Does that mean he committed murder? No. But does that mean that everything's not as it seems? Yes. It does mean everything's not as it seems. And the jury gets to know it. Oh, yeah, all the bots. Well, this is why we break the stream for lunch too. We've got so many law nerds in here. By the way, you can go ahead and subscribe to the channel. We've got so many law nerds in here that the bots want to be here too. There's no prosecution timeline, no connection to the financial stuff to the murders, no straight line beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution has done the most appalling job at trying to create any sort of a fucking timeline. It's been absolutely abysmal. No demonstratives. The defense did the first demonstrative of a timeline in this trial, and we were all like, oh, thank God. They didn't even do an overview of the property until like a week in. No demonstrative timelines. The jury's got to be frustrated and confused with the prosecution because they've jumped all over the place. The amount of time I have spent trying to recreate a timeline, the jury doesn't have the ability to recreate a timeline. They don't have notes. They just go home at the end of the day going, what the fuck just happened? There were a lot of phones. They have not done a good job with the timeline. And that also worries me about the case. Because if they bulldoze over the jury with this information about the appalling other things, but they've not done a good job about laying the timeline, it runs the risk of appealable issues because the prosecution has not laid this case out. The prosecution in the Brooks case had that great timeline of what went down the street. They could have a timeline. They could have a timeline of all the phone stuff. They could have demonstratives and slides that they put up. They could have kind of time by time with the phones and what the phones were doing. Witnesses can testify from a timeline and say, on this timeline, it's this. Here it is in the raw data. They can do all of this. They haven't. This case is rife for charts. I fucking love a chart. And Creighton Waters is supposed to be a white-collar crime prosecutor primarily. He is an AG that prosecutes paper cases. Paper case attorneys like charts. Where are the fucking charts, Creighton? We want charts. The jury wants charts. Sorry, I've ranted. Question is, killing Maggie and Paul a way to clear the way to sell both remaining houses to cover debts? Possibly. How do people like them not have life insurance on Maggie and Paul? I don't know that they do or don't. We've heard no evidence of it, and I've seen nothing definitive one way or the other. It's also possible. I've seen rumblings that Maggie had other properties from her family. Her family's also wealthy in her name. So if there was a possibility that after death, he's getting her properties to just pay for it and cover it. We know this is the prosecution's theory. We can just pay for it and make it go away. We saw that at the end of questioning today. Oh, so every time he's paid for it, it's just like gone away. Like he's been able to just like pay for it and make it like, I mean, like everything in their life, it seems. That was too snarky. I apologize. The real problem is the judge said up front he has a history of allowing this stuff. I still don't see motive here. I don't think the judge said he is inclined to allow it after hearing. I don't see a problem with that, but I get it. I can't tell if I hate him because of what he did to his clients or if I believe he killed his wife and son. I very much clearly do not like what he did to his clients. I do not like his behavior in the Mallory Beach case. I still have questions if he killed his wife and son, if he hired someone to do it, if he allowed someone to do it, if he looked the other way, if somebody else was there. I've got a lot of questions. There's voids in this case that are not clear for me. So I do not know yet. So I'm at presumption of innocence on the murder case, and we'll see what the prosecution proves. I do not like the other cases. He wrote them as reduced fees, but kept the rest, likely forged forms. They definitely said he forged client signatures at the end of that hearing there. Why can't the jury take notes? Seems to be up to the judge in South Carolina. It might be the judge's preference. And the attorneys, the attorneys would have known that going in and should have gone above and beyond to make it clear for the jury. The prosecution is not supposed to muddy the waters. That's the defense job. The prosecution is supposed to make it easy to follow, and they have not done that well. Well, remember, this trial runs a real risk of going off the rails if too much of this is allowed. I agree. And I don't buy Creighton's argument that he doesn't want to present cumulative evidence. I mean, that's fair. Creighton seemed real excited. This is a murder trial. It is. It is a murder trial, and it has to stay that way. Was she not able to confirm the money was in the accounts rather than taking their word for it? She was not able to confirm the money was in the accounts, and she wasn't going to take their word for it. She's a CFO. Does brotherhood mean good old boy? I think maybe she was using them
synonymously. I think she uses good old boy and brotherhood synonymously, and I was living for the shade.
Truthfully, on a personal note, just here for it. Sir Richard pickled himself yesterday. Jim pickled all of them yesterday, but they thought they could. They didn't think, and you guys, some of you have brought up, others didn't think that opened the door. They didn't think it opened the door either. I thought it did. The judge thought it did. The prosecution thought it did. But this is a reasonable minds may differ on whether the door was opened or not. Alec knows that on June 7th that this woman is a dog with a bone who isn't going to stop until it all comes out. And we've definitely seen that because she knows. And again, his behavior at work puts her in jeopardy, because that's her job. Her job is to make sure the money's going to the right place. And what they thought was distasteful was him trying to hide financials in the boat case. And they're like, we're not taking any part of this. We're not taking any part of you hiding financials in the boat case. They didn't even know he was stealing money at that point and didn't even conceive of it. Give me all the tea and camera. I'm really not comfortable with this evidence as motive without a whole lot more making that connection. But the judge is not saying this is all motive. Some of this is character evidence and some of this is state of mind. So we're seeing this under both 403 and 404, Rob. So the judge is doing a lot of a 403 on this, and the judge is also going to mindset on this. So it's not, the judge is seeing this as applicable in multiple ways. I really appreciate how well you're able to separate your feelings about Alec because of his financial crimes and how you feel about the murder accusations. I have a hard time being that impartial. It's, again, I really try to not come into a case wanting a particular outcome other than I want to see good lawyering, I want to see a fair judge, and I want to see the evidence come in. That's what I want in this case. The financial crimes are harder for me to do that in because I've seen enough to just be like, "Rrr." But with this case, it's hard, but I really try not to be outcome determinative because it clouds my judgment and it clouds the way I see the evidence. So it's something I always try to make clear. And I try to tell you guys how I'm parsing it to help you parse it too. Look, exercises in critical thinking and exercises in separating how we feel from what we're seeing and what we think are always good for us as humans. We always need to evaluate how we think and what we're thinking about things. It lets us all grow. Hi, amazing. Well, thanks. Can you give your opinion of the overall best case scenario, worst case scenario for Mr. Murdaugh going forward for the rest of his life? I mean, it's hard for me to see from his perspective. I don't know what he thinks. I mean, I don't really know. I don't know how to best case and worst case this. I don't see, I mean, I guess his best case is getting acquitted of the murders and having a jury say you didn't kill your wife and son. But even in that best case, he's still probably in prison the rest of his life on the financial crimes. So, Retta said, as a strategical person, I can see why the prosecution have not done much objections. This is why. Are they bringing in a psychologist? Probably not. They're going to let the jury make those factual determinations. I don't think it opens the door. Why would a kid know about Alex's finances? I don't think a kid would know about Alex's finances. What I think, though, is they used Rogan Gibson as a character witness to say, could you conceive of how he would have done this? And I think the prosecution had room to say, but you couldn't conceive of him stealing from clients either. You couldn't conceive of him stealing from the family of Gloria Satterfield either. Like, there's a lot about this man that maybe you can't conceive of, perhaps. So it gives you that character witness, maybe doesn't know everything. Sam said, as an aspiring forensic accountant and current accounting student, her testimony is fascinating. She's a badass. Forensic accounting is awesome. Go get it. Because that you get to look, forensic accounting is like the T of accounting. You get to be nosy and figure out where everybody's money went. It's the best. Stealing client fees is one of the worst things a lawyer can do. This guy's despicable. I don't disagree. Does that make him a murderer is the big question. I don't think that makes him a murderer. Committing a murder makes him a murderer. But again, is he able to act like everything's all right when things are clearly not all right? I think that's a big component of this. He went home and acted like everything was normal. But I made that soliloquy earlier. Netflix is putting out a docuseries on the murders. I'm not surprised. I mean, I think they should probably wait until the trial's over at this point because everybody else has done one. But isn't that what they do with docuseries? Everybody has one on every topic. Wonder if Maggie knew about the money in her name. I wonder if she knew or found out. I don't know if she would like that either. The boat case definitely made things harder for this family. That's not a question. I wonder if Maggie disagreed how Alec handled it. Because I wonder if she disagreed how he handled it. I don't know if we'll never ever know the answer to that. Question, what does the jury do while this is happening? Read a book, be on their phones, play two dots? I don't know. They get to hang out in the jury room. They could talk about anything, not the case. EDM is the best part. He was trying. I don't know. I don't know. I've gotten asked that a lot. I just don't know. So with that, I'm sorry if I didn't get to a super chat. I tried to get to all of them. I know I didn't get nearly to all of them. We had so much go on this morning, and so much to cover this morning. We're going to get the rest of this after lunch. Did the judge let the witness in? We're not there yet. There's more witnesses. The hearing's not done. That is a great question, Skylar. I don't think I made that clear at all. The hearing's not done. We're not done. And we're going to see some witnesses after lunch, and we're going to see more of this hearing after lunch. So that next stream is populated. You can go hang out in the chat over there. I will be back at 1:10 Central Standard Time. Court is going to start right at 2:15 Eastern, 1:15 Central. They're never right on time. It'll be a little after that. I'm going to go get some food. We've got a bunch more witnesses. We've got some law enforcement witnesses. So we're going to have the jury for part of the afternoon. And then I think we'll get another hour of this 404. I think what the judge will ultimately do, and we'll see, is send the jury home and let them have the day off Friday and finish this on Friday. That makes the most sense to me, given that we're at a weekend, or almost at a weekend. Did you learn new things with the witness, Jeanie Seckinger? I pronounce that terribly. I can't. I can't pronounce her last name by looking at the spelling. I'm going to have to go back and look. Did our CFO badass help you learn new things? Yes, 92%, no, 7%. So thank you guys for voting in that. We will see you after lunch, except for the bots. Bots, you come on, man. You just slow down our chat. We don't need you. We've got lots to talk about. We've got lots of people to talk about it with. All right, Law Nerds, I'll see you right after lunch. You can find all the Law Nerd goodies at lawnerdshop.com. Connect with me on social media at the Emily D. Baker. And don't forget to check out my podcasts, The Emily Show, and the new podcast, Quick Bits, summarizing everything I talk about on my Tuesday and Thursday live streams. You know, when you only have time for just the quick bits.